Recording has begun.
Chair Yankee, would you like to introduce the meeting? Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right, we'll call the meeting to order at 4:04 p.m. This is the June 5th, 2024 regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Cheryl, if you could read the preamble to our meeting.
This is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, City and County of San Francisco. This is, we will start with the preamble. Remote access and or in-person.
You have your mic.
I believe that's Member Wolf microphone doing the echoing.
Oh. Test.
I turned my phone off.
Okay, I think we're good.
Test. Can you hear me?
No.
Yes, we can hear you fine now.
Okay.
But the echoing is still there.
We have an echo, Victor.
Test.
Testing. Victor, Administrator Peterson, do you hear
This
an
is
echo?
Pat.
We did.
This is Pat testing. I do not hear an echo.
Give it a moment. It only happens when Member Wolf's microphone is on.
I muted it. I'm muting it again.
Okay, let's go ahead and try. Member Wolf will keep his microphone muted. Unless he's speaking himself, that will resolve our issue.
Good. Go ahead and continue.
Okay. Remote access and or in-person participation. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene hybrid meetings that allow in-person attendance, in-person public comment, remote access for petitioners and respondents, and remote public comment via teleconference using WebEx. Today's WebEx remote link login information, TINYURL:/MSCBSTDF, password sunshine. Telephone call in number 415-655-0001. Meeting ID 2660-719-1631 ##. Press *3 to enter the speaker line. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to sotf@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. Chair Yankee, would you like to read meeting decorum?
Sure. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 1 with our roll call.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Let's begin with roll call. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman present. Member Kumar. Member Kumar not present. Member Anderson. Not present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel present. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf present. Vice Chair Stein.
Present.
Vice Chair Stein present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 present. We have a quorum.
Okay, great. Any agenda changes, Cheryl?
I am not aware of any changes in the agenda.
Okay, and I'm not either. Members, anyone have any agenda changes? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment in case anyone from the public has input. Any public comment on item number 1, agenda changes?
If there's anyone in the online community who would like to make public comment on item 1, please raise your hand. using the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. Chair Yankee, we have no callers in the queue.
Okay, and there's no one here at the podium, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of April 3, 2024.
Okay, these were continued at our last meeting. At least the edits that I had submitted to Cheryl have now been included. I don't know if anyone else submitted edits and if they're there or not, but if we're good, we can go ahead and move on these minutes perhaps today.
You're welcome to also PDF your changes if you have them at home or on your computer and you can't print them out. I'm happy to accept them that way too.
Speak up, please.
Cheryl, just speak more into the mic. Pull it closer to you. Like, pull it closer to you because we're not picking your voice up.
Anybody who has edits or changes to the minutes, I'm happy to take them if it's easier to PDF or fax them to me instead of discussing them this evening. That's fine as well.
So any edits, members, on this set of minutes? Or are we good to approve? Member Pilpel?
The good news and the bad news is that I have had other things going on, so I have not done my usual detailed review. I will consider whether to vote for or against. If I see anything substantive, we'll bring that back as an amended set of minutes in the future. I did note on the subsequent pages, the top still says meeting agenda. When we have draft minutes, if we can have that header on the subsequent pages, say meeting minutes draft or something like that, that will be good. That's all I have right now.
What was the bad news?
The bad news is that I didn't go over that.
Oh, I thought that was good news. Okay.
Oh, well, it depends. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve with that edit? Anyone?
So moved.
Oh.
So seconded.
Okay, so Vice Chair Stein moved, seconded by Member Highland to approve the minutes with the edit proposed by Member Pilpel. Any discussion on that? Don't see any hands. So open that up to public comment.
If there are members of the online community who would wish to speak on item 2, the minutes of the April 3rd, 2024 task force meeting, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. Chair Yankee, no callers in the queue.
Okay, and not seeing anyone at the podium, we can go ahead and, Cheryl,
Who was the second? I didn't hear that.
Member Highland.
Remember? Okay.
All right, so Cheryl, when you're ready, we can go ahead and take a vote on that motion. Did you have comments, sir? Oh, you can come over to the podium. One moment.
Are you not calling for comments from the room?
Come up to the podium when you're ready for it. That's the procedure. So go ahead.
Beg your pardon?
You can go ahead.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. I have some usual comments for the rest of the agenda, other than the item I'm focusing on, which is item 9, and that is that I think many of those representations are very poor, very prejudicial, ignore the key point that I'm making, and leave out the contact information that I give every time I speak. I'd like to focus on item 9, which represents the appallingly bad description of what happened at the hearing in a hearing that was severely flawed and led to a decision that I think is gravely wrong and harmfully so, not just a mistake, but leading to more trouble down the road. Overall, you did not state correctly in the agenda what the issue was, what was the complaint that we had. It was that we were twice not able to get the access that we're entitled to under the law, and that is 2 points very simply. As you mentioned correctly in the one sentence, I said this was a case about access requested in an immediate disclosure request to the public library. The issue was 2 attempts to go and get information that supposedly had already been answered on the IDR, which was issued on the 1st, and said was completed on the 8th. And I had specifically asked for what was available in documentation about the Night of Ideas, the library's big blowout, biggest party of the year. What was available that was visible without intervention of any technology or computers to people who might walk into the branch. What I didn't get into was what the actual answer was, which was 1 sheet of paper, and that 1 piece of that paper was sent supposedly to each location. And that's all. While online connected people got all kinds of information galore, but that never came out. Neither did it come out. How did you know whether I was telling the truth about coming before 5 o'clock on Friday, the 10th of March, to pick up the information versus Margot Shaw, who wasn't even there, saying that I didn't come, came till only until 5 after 5. There was no issue of her statement. If you look at her, if you would have looked at her written response, she said she was suggesting an appointment. We understood her to say and believe she said you have to have an appointment. We're not printing anything out for you otherwise. Did the library do everything right? That never was resolved. Neither was the benefit of that doubt resolved. I was put on trial about 15 minutes, not available to wait.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we have no one else in the room, so public comment is closed. Member Popo?
I have one specific yes/no question for Mr. Warfield, and then maybe a quick comment. If you believe that, to Mr. Warfield, if you believe that the 2 paragraphs at the top of page 8 do not fairly summarize what happened at that meeting in regards to your complaint.
No, I said I came 2 times on Friday the 10th before 5.
Excuse me.
And it's not in there.
Mr. Warfield, please.
I'm asking a specific question. If you believe that these 2 paragraphs do not reasonably capture what happened at this meeting in relation to your complaint, do you have, yes or no, suggested alternate language?
I could certainly provide it if you like.
Okay.
My key point is that I complained.
I heard your key point. Thank you.
You want to know what the
No,
language is?
no.
I haven't written it out.
If you could write it up and provide it to Cheryl, I will consider whether it's worth amending the minutes in the future. I heard your point. Thank you.
When would you like it?
Excuse me?
When would you want to have it?
Whenever you can get it to Ms. Leger.
So not necessarily at this meeting.
Correct.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Appreciate that.
Okay. My other comment or question, I notice there's a new practice at the end of some items to list an italic thing in parentheses. Is that a timestamp? Is that useful? Was there discussion about including that? Because we've gone back and forth on that in the past, and I'm generally not in favor of doing that, but I don't care that much.
There was,
I thought that's what you guys wanted.
yeah, there was discussion. It may not have been the meeting you're at.
Okay.
If we'd include the part in the audio that it corresponded to. So
Okay.
I suspect that that's what you're referring to.
Okay. That's fine if that's what people wanted. Could we be consistent about it? Because in some cases it looks like it's minutes and seconds, and in other cases it's hours and minutes. So whatever we're doing there, could we make it a consistent reference?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, standard time code, if it's just seconds, then you put a 0, it's 00:0, which would be for hours, 00. The next 2 couplet will be for minutes, and then :00 would be seconds.
Thank you, Member Wolf. And I think that they're not accurate either, since the one for item number 13 is the same as the one for item number 14, even though number 13 we had quite the discussion. and motion and all that. So obviously they couldn't have both taken.
No,
No.
there, one is 424, the other is 442.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Wow, that was good catch. Yeah.
Dyslexia much? Don't worry, I have it too.
Because I think we are good then. Okay. All right. So I think we're good to vote on the motion to approve with the initial edit that member Pilpel had. And then if Mr. Warfield wants to provide language, we can revisit amending these at a later date if we so choose. Okay. So that's where we're at. So Cheryl, if you could call the roll.
Vice Chair Stein,
Sorry, aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson, absent. Member Pilpel,
I'm going to vote no.
no. Member Sugarman,
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf. Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3. 2 absences, 7 in favor, and 1 no.
Okay. So that is approved. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of May 1, 2024.
Okay. I'll get the discussion going. I sent edits to these on May 10th, and none of my edits are included. So I will be voting no if we try to approve these. But if anyone else has thoughts, feel free to jump in. I would suggest we continue.
Motion to continue?
Okay, moved by member Highland to continue. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second. This is Member LaHood.
Seconded by member LaHood. Any discussion, members, on that? See none. Let's go ahead and open that motion to continue up to public comment.
Any members of the online community who would like to speak on item 3, approval of the minutes of May 1, 2024, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment.
And Pat, while you take care of that, we have Mr. Warfield in the room here at the podium, so we'll go ahead and start with in-person public comment first. So Cheryl, when you're ready with the timer, please let Mr. Warfield know.
Second was Member LaHood. You ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I'd like to say what I think in consideration of what's happening here. I've come at considerable effort to make public comment, among other things, on this draft minutes. And I would like, whether or not you postpone this, to hear what I have to say about that. On the first item, call to order, Chair Yankee spoke about the issue of the agenda not being online due to technical difficulties that were addressed. There was extensive discussion about my concerns, which I brought to the attention of the group, that there was no properly functioning link to the orders of determination that were to be taken up shortly in that meeting, and that it seemed to me that at least those ought to be considered for postponement of approval. And I also mentioned something that somebody else brought up initially to the chair, and which I sent a letter to the chair and the members also as a second issue, which was that there was no agenda whatsoever posted for a substantial amount of time, at times, certainly when I was trying to see what was on the agenda to study it and make informed public comment using the information. So this discussion is completely omitted from these minutes. I think it's very significant. And the timing wasn't just a little bit here or there. I could not get to our order of determination 23034 until after Chair Yankee sent me a letter sometime after approximately noonish on Tuesday, the day before the hearing, and I didn't get it until much later. And so I had very little time to prepare. And certainly the times that I was looking, there was no visible access. We talked about that. I think one of the members said, we know things other people don't. The blue highlighted thing was not functioning. Neither was clicking on our specific order of determination. And the outage of the complete agenda was from Monday afternoon, as I understood it from Chair, to Tuesday, approximately 10 minutes before noon. So well over 12 hours, Monday evening and Tuesday morning, were completely unavailable for me to review anything. And I suggested you consider postponing the whole meeting, as you had done when there was a problem with the library. So I think that discussion needs to be.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Okay, seeing no one else in the room, Pat, are there any callers with public comment?
One moment, please. We have one caller in the queue.
Okay.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. Do you wish to speak on item 3, minutes of May 1, 2024?
Hello, this is Michael Petrellis calling just to make sure that I dialed in correctly. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. No other callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And thank you, Mr. Petrellis. Your item will be later in the meeting. I think we're ready to go ahead and move to a vote on that motion. Did you have something, Member Pilpel?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I asked it on the last set about the timestamp. I don't see any timestamps in this set of minutes. So again, I don't really care if we're doing it or not, but if we are, I would suggest that we be consistent about it. And if not, then not. But it's confusing to see it in one set, not
To
others.
address your concern.
Yeah.
I had time to do it on my vacation for the April minutes.
Carol, microphone.
I am.
Microphone. Can't hear you.
For the April minutes. Okay, I did not have time to do it for the May minutes. I was reviewing the April minutes per the request of Chair Yankee. It's
Okay.
not a consistency thing. David, I'm doing the best I can.
I understand. Believe me, I understand. It was just my comment. Wasn't an attack. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. I don't see any other hands. So show when you're ready. If we can call the roll. This is on a motion to continue, by the way.
Is it to the call of the chair? I'm sorry, I didn't get what the.
Yeah, that'll be the call of the chair. I mean, when Cheryl lets me know that they're ready, then we'll do it again. Hopefully next meeting.
Chair Yankee?
But you normally don't start with me. It wasn't my motion.
Okay.
We're Highland.
It was Member Highland, seconded by Member LaHood.
Okay. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson, absent. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Oh, sorry, Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8 in favor, 2 absence.
Okay, so that motion passes. We'll hopefully revisit these next month or next meeting, and we can go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Item number 4, approval of the orders of determination from March 6, 2024, April 3, 2024, and May 1, 2024.
Okay, so a few of these were continued from the prior meeting. That was 21125 and 23034. The rest are showing up, I believe, for the first time. So I don't know if anyone has any edits or any motions to approve. Member Pilpel?
Again, I'm sorry, I've not focused on these. I did notice on the first one, 21125, on page 2, it says the order of determination, and it should be this order of determination, singular, was approved by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on March 6th. Those dates should be blank, and it's what's the word from the film? Inconceivable that it could be approved on the same date as the decision was made. So the decision was issued on March 6th, but the order won't be approved until tonight. So again, in the future, if that can be left blank, and frankly, all of these orders should probably be marked draft or watermarked or something, so that it's clear that they're not the final until they are the final. So I don't know how better to express that. Was that English and fair enough? And I'm sorry, also on the agenda itself for tonight, in the future, if the dates are fine, but rather than Sunshine Task Force, if we could always say Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. It drives me up a wall when I see Sunshine Task Force. I'll shut up now. Thank you. I'll shut up now.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, just on Member Pilpel's point, where it says date decision issued, I don't think that means the decision for tonight. I think that means the decision that the determination was made. Is that what you're referring to?
To Member Wolf, I was referring to page 2. Where it says,
right, where it says
approved by the task force on.
Thanks, you mean 2 of the PDFs.
Yes, I'm sorry, page 2 of the order document. Above the CC line.
Page 3 of the file.
Yes.
Page 3 of the file. I'm not seeing that.
Here,
Bruce, it's right above the CC line.
It's right above the CC line.
It says the order of determination.
Was approved.
And Member Pilpel.
Are we looking?
This order of determination was approved. This is the second page of the document, the third page of the PDF.
If you compare it to 2 pages later, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Member Wolf, you don't happen to have a phone. And a laptop.
All right, never mind. I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
You see what I see.
Okay, Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, just a very small edit, which is on page 2 of the PDF, under the hearing and action on the complaint. The first line under that, it should just say the Education Outreach and Training Committee. Just get rid of the word complaint.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stein.
Okay, so I think we have that edit, and then we have the edit for the date that Member Pilpel brought up. Any other edits? If not, do we have a motion to approve with those edits?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay,
the edit.
thank you. All right, so moved by Vice Chair Stein to approve with the edits. Do we have a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Member LaHood. All right, let's go ahead and move to public comment then on that motion.
Any members of the online community who would wish to speak on item 4, is it specifically the OD for 21125?
It's the entire set.
Anyone wishing to make comment on item 4, orders of determination, approval of orders of determination, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. And I see Mr. Warfield approaching the podium.
Yep, we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Warfield since he's here in person. So Cheryl, when you're ready with the clock, if you could let Mr. Warfield know.
Peter, you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. To have as stripped down a order of determination as this is, certainly when compared with other orders of determination in the past, which gave some reasoning, and in judicial decisions, there are also reasons given. To just simply say that there was a motion to find no violation, and that's what you approved, is to suggest, if not assert, that the library did everything right, everything legal, and there was no question, no nothing, they did everything right. And I don't think that that's what you determined. I don't think there was any determination as to who was telling the reality of our visit twice on Friday, March 10th, when we did not get the supposedly completed documents that we had said we would come to inspect at their office. I don't think that there was much of any kind of an attempt to get into it, including, for example, was Ms. Schaub even there? Or was I? Okay, can we stop the clock while this is?
Stop the clock at 1:30. Want to squeeze this way or?
He said 1:30 and it's 1:23 over there.
Well, we'll go over there.
We can move that. Thank you.
We can move it after.
Squeeze this way? Or...
Mr. Chair, did you say start at 1:30? It's 1:23 on my clock here.
I said we're going to give you 1 minute and 30 seconds. So we'll have Cheryl reset it to 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's 1:23 and I'm giving you 7 more seconds.
Oh.
We good? Squeeze this way.
After all that, Member Kumar will be noted present.
Yes, she will very much be noted present at 4:35 p.m. And Cheryl, if you could reset the clock to 1 minute, 30 seconds.
We're ready to continue?
No, reset the clock. 1 minute, 30 seconds. I know, 1 minute, 30 seconds, because we were moving around a little bit. I want Mr. Warfield to have his full time.
I'm glad you could take the time to seat Member Kumar, but I wish that since she's going to be voting, I wish she would have been able to hear the whole thing.
Can I hear the whole thing? Can I hear the whole thing?
He already gave half his public comment, so
Oh.
I'm not going to restart that. So when we get to 90 seconds, 1 minute, 30.
While Cheryl's working on that, could we maybe just inform Member Kumar that we're discussing item 4, the approval of the orders of determination, and Mr. Warfield was in the middle of commenting on the one affecting him or his case?
Member Kumar, if you don't feel comfortable because you came in the middle of this, what you could do is you could step out and we could let you know when we finish discussion on this, since you didn't hear the motion and didn't hear the first part. If you feel more comfortable on that, we could do that too.
Yeah, that's better. Just a quick question. Did the meeting start at 3:30 today instead of 4:30?
4.
Started at 4. Started at 4?
Or it starts at 4.
My impression was it started at 4:30. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So let's do this. Why don't you step out since you were in the middle of it, you didn't hear the motion or the edits we talked about.
Yeah.
I'll get you as soon as we're done with this item. 1 minute and 30 seconds from Mr.
It won't allow me to adjust seconds.
Oh, well,
Minutes.
I wasn't,
give him 2 minutes then. And we'll start at 2 minutes.
I wasn't asking for her to leave, actually, or not to vote. I was just saying I would prefer to have the time
Okay. So we'll just set it for 2 and we'll go from there.
You have 2 minutes in which to respond to your public comment.
To do what with public comment?
To make your public comment, you have
To finish it.
minutes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Go.
So to continue, just the stripped down version suggests that the library did everything correctly, that you know that for a fact, and that all the differences of stories and whatnot, you have resolved in favor of what they have said. I don't think that that happened. I think there was actually darn little effort made to actually look into who might be telling the story correctly. Margot Shaw wasn't even at the office on March 10th. I was, and I had other ways. I said, ask me how I know that I was there before 5. Nobody asked me. And I went to another office where I discussed with them for 5 minutes or so while their door was open around the corner to the public relations department, and spoke with them until they promptly at 5 closed. Nobody asked that. So it seems to me that there needs to be some sense that while you may not have found a violation, that didn't mean that everything the library said was true. What I said was not true. They did everything legally. Some sense in which there's uncertainty and that's the reason. The major discussion was about whether I was prepared to wait 15 minutes or not on my second visit, when I had time enough to hear a lot of guff from Margot Shaw about why don't I go to a computer at the library and whatnot. But all of a sudden I had to have an appointment. And if you would look at her own answer, she said, we were asking for an appointment. That was what their response letter said. At the hearing, she said we were only asking for advance notice. Well, what was my immediate my IDR saying? I said I wanted to see the documents and I was planning to do so in their office. So I would say some sense, for example, based on the evidence, we were not able to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warfield.
A violation. Something like that would be appropriate.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online to make public comment on that motion?
Just a moment, please. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Members of the online community, if you'd like to speak on item 4, approval of orders of determination, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 on your telephone. I'll give you a moment. Chair Yankee, no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And Member Popel.
Just one minor edit, having listened to Mr. Warfield just now. On the first line of his particular matter, 23034, we could just strike the word "the" before Margot Schaub. I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
That's just a clerical issue. Do you see that, Cheryl?
On Mr. Warfield's OD?
Yes. The first line after case title, it says file number 23034, complaint filed by library users against the Margot Shop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're ready for a vote on that motion.
Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar? Not present. Member Anderson? Absent. Member Pilpel?
I'm still going to vote no.
Hmm?
No.
Member Pilpel, no. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 1 no, and 1 absent, 1 stepped out.
But that's absent. There's no
2 absences.
Okay. Before we move on, let me go see if I can find the person who's absent.
And Member Schmidt, there appears to be another large chair there if you want. Look at that.
Ooh.
Would you like that?
I'm actually getting some good back.
Okay.
Okay, so we will now let the record show that member Kumar is present at 4:44 p.m.
I got 4:35.
We're going to change it to 4:44 since she actually didn't stay. So I'll change it to 4:44. Okay, and with that, we can move on to item number 5.
Hang on a second. Item number 5, administrators report complaints and communications. So.
Chair Yankee, this is Victor.
Yep.
I believe one of our main concerns is the status of the meeting in July, the possible special, and the
Right.
cancellation of the July 3rd meeting.
Right. So I thought we were pretty much in agreement on canceling the July 3rd. So we'll just kind of ask everyone again just to confirm. And who can't be here for the July 3rd meeting? Because I think it was a lot. So member Highland can't, member LaHood can't. Member Sugar, okay, yeah, we have at least 4 people who can't be here for that. So I will just take the action. It doesn't need a vote because I think the chair can cancel the meeting. So we can put this in the meeting minutes so that I will cancel the July 3rd, 2024 meeting. And then there was some talk about scheduling a special meeting, but the feedback I was getting, we had some people who couldn't make that either. And even my schedule might be up in the air for that. So I'm not sure if we want to try to squeeze a special in or if we just want to go ahead and move to the next one, which is August 7th. I think the special meeting was, what was it, July 26th we were looking at?
I believe it was July 24th.
Wednesday, July
23rd
24th.
or 24th.
Yeah, I can get a hearing room on that day if we decide we want to do some kind of July hearing.
Okay, let me see if I can find the email so we know exactly when it was. Do you remember who were you speaking with?
Speak with Lori Mazzola. She's in building administration.
Okay, got it. All right, let's see here. So I found the email. She says that she can host us on July 24th or July 31st. I wouldn't recommend the 31st since it's right before. So let's just kind of go through and see who can make it on the 24th. Is there anyone who can't? Oh, let's do that. Who can't? Cannot. Member Schmidt, cannot. Member Kumar, cannot. Member Highland, I cannot. Member Sugarman, I probably cannot.
Same situation.
Same situation. We're just going to go for August. So let's just consider the July regular meeting canceled, and we'll pick up on the August 7th meeting, which is our regularly scheduled one. That answer your question, Victor?
Yes.
Okay.
That resolves the issue.
Perfect. Okay, and we can let Lori know then that we're not going to need the room after all, Cheryl.
And Member Highland here.
Yep, go ahead.
Since we're talking about July, I think there was some discussion at EOTC. Again, I won't be there for that. Since we have Member Pilpel in the room, I just want to reconfirm. Do we have 2 members? Well, let me back. Member scintillating session with us and has since voiced her desire to join EOTC and is wondering if she can beg off complaints. And if that is the case, then we may have 2 people available that day. Did I remember that correctly?
Yes. That would actually work better
balance
wise. Then we would get more 3 people committees rather than 4 and a 2.
Okay.
So if you're okay with that, Member Schmidt?
This seems to be a common theme that Chris steals my people. But
Yes, so-
I'll put up with it again.
So I'll say once again, I owe you one, Member Schmidt. Thank you.
And you're okay with that, Member Kumar? Okay, so for the meeting minutes, Cheryl, let's reflect that Member Kumar will not be assigned to the complaint committee, but will be assigned to EOT. And then Member Kumar and Member Pilpel, would you, as far as you know right now, be available on July 23rd for the regularly scheduled EOT meeting?
At this point, I am available.
Okay, and Member Kumar?
No, I'm not available. So I actually propose to Chair Highland, if it's possible, to move move the EOTC meeting to June instead of July. Just want to check about that.
That depends on other meetings. So we may, as far as I understand, and Victor, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think EOTC has too much in front of it other than acting as mostly the complaint committee these days. So
at this time, we only have the continued items, and we can't really schedule those until we get the report from the. Actually, I believe we just have one or two continued items that we actually need more time on.
Okay. So it might behoove us to cancel that meeting as it stands now.
It doesn't even sound like we really have an agenda for it anyways.
No.
So,
okay.
All right. So why don't we just go ahead and continue for the meeting minutes? We can put in there that the July 23rd, 2024, we'll say EOT Chair Highland is canceling that meeting.
Canceling that meeting. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I think that's there. Any other changes to the schedule over there? Member Pippa?
While we're at it, if we could just confirm, complaint is good to go in June and July at this point, and CAC is good for June 25th.
At this point, go ahead.
I would say we have the members here. Any complaint committee members who can't make an upcoming one? You guys good for those? Like June and July, that looks good.
Yes, I did mention before I realized this is August, but I will not be able to make the August 20th one.
August 20th. Okay, but you're good for June and July. Thanks. Perfect. All right. And Vice Chair Stein, you're good on those?
Yeah.
Okay. And Member Schmidt, you're good?
Member Sugarman, you had noted that we had a note that you would not be available for August complaint committee.
Okay, thank you.
I'm iffy on July. I think I'll be there, but we do have quorum.
Yeah, now we would have quorum. So I think we're good. Okay. And then CAC member LaHood?
I'm sorry, I lost track of what I was looking at the calendar. What
I'm sorry.
talking about?
Just making sure that your committee's ready to meet on June 25th.
I think we are committee members.
It's just the two of us right now because Member Anderson is not here right this moment.
Yeah.
Member Wolf is.
Member Wolf, are you available on Tuesday, June 25th? We're having a hard time hearing your audio.
Member Wolf, are you available on the 25th? Sorry, we can't hear you.
He just logged off and he's probably going to log back in. We were having this problem with this choppy audio earlier. He'll be back momentarily.
We'll assume for now. I don't want to wait for him to log.
Okay.
We'll assume for now we're okay. If that changes, you can work with Cheryl on it. Okay, so I think we're good on the schedules.
And maybe next month, if we can just indicate those meetings that are canceled. So if this is the master schedule,
sure,
that'll be clear to anyone reading this.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, so the July 3rd task force meeting is canceled.
Yes, and July 23rd, EOT.
EOT, okay.
I wanted to confirm.
Yes.
Are we going ahead with the July 24th meeting of the task force?
No.
Okay.
No.
So there's
no special meeting. Nope. We're just going to pick right back up in August where we left off.
Okay, July 23 EOT canceled.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's special meeting. So it's just two cancellation and no special.
June 25 CAC meeting is scheduled.
I'm back.
And Sugarman cannot be. Was not available for the August complaint meeting.
Member Wolf, we're hearing echoes from you again.
Phone again, I think, sir.
All right. There you go. Go ahead when he's muted, you can continue. I think we're good.
So Member Sugarman is not available for the August task force meeting or complaint?
No, the August complaint on the 20th.
Okay. And Member Kumar will no longer be on the complaint committee, but will be assigned to EOTC.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I think that's.
Okay, I think we can move on to the second part of the report.
All right. So we've discussed the tentative hearing scheduled for at least the next 2 months.
Yep.
So we're good on that.
We're good on that.
Okay.
And yes, I can make June 25th.
Oh, thank you, Member Wolf.
Great, thank you very much. Number 2 on the report, April 16 to May 30, new petitions and complaints. It was a bit slim this month. We did initially admit 2 complaints that we realized later we could not do. One of them being 24029. It was a rejected case because it was against Postal Service and the fact that he wanted to file a whistleblower claim, which we are not the right department for.
Go ahead, Member. Was it Member Highland or Member Pilpel? Or
couple of things. In the future, can this chart have a header line? I mean, it's pretty clear to me, but it may not be clear to other members of the public. And the column that's just listed as complaint, I thought I had requested and we'd agreed that we were going to have a quick summary and just say that either it was related to meetings or public records or something. So just telling me that it's a complaint doesn't really help much. So public records, for example, would be fine. On the second page at the top, 24026, is it literally just someone named David, or was there a...
Yeah, that's it. Just somebody named David. We didn't get
Okay.
a last name.
It's not me. Got it.
It was just, yeah, that's what the
That's fine. That's fine.
that was what the intake form said. So
That's fine. And I don't want to go into great detail, but can someone just tell us why we would even consider taking a case against the post office and give it a case number and then reject it?
Member Pilko, we need to have a record of everything we do. If we don't give it a file number, there's no way for us to find it again. So we just need to keep a record. We don't need to put it on this report, but we will give it a file number and just say we haven't accepted it.
Okay.
Just
I mean,
so
I
we have a
don't...
way to research it in the future in case somebody asks us about it.
Okay. I don't care if we give it a file number or not. I just don't feel a need to see it on a list. I mean, if people want to send us letters about how the federal government is doing or not doing their job in any particular agency, that's fantastic. But I don't think that rises to a thing that needs to be charted here for us. That's just my view.
this gentleman came to the Board of Supervisors office, the front office. He asked to speak with the Sunshine person.
That's fine. I'm just opining. I'm good. Thanks.
Member Highland, do you have something to? No, you're good. Okay.
Nope. Mr. Chair,
Member-
can you hear me?
Yep.
Is there somebody before me?
No, go ahead.
Nope.
Go ahead.
Okay. Just noting the Schulman cases, where it says 14 pending complaints not listed in this chart. I'm wondering if there's some possibility of meeting with Ms. Schulman to see if that could be pared down. If there's any duplications or what have you.
Member Wolf, this is Victor Young. I just like to give you a quick update. We have been contacting Ms. Schulman, and the problem was she didn't want to come to the hearing on the dates we scheduled. So we gave her a list of dates, and she was to tell us which dates she was available to attend. Otherwise, we would enact a 6-month rule and close it for inactivity. So we are currently working on those. She has chosen a few dates, I believe, in November and December.
Almost, Mr. Young. It's September and October.
So she has chosen dates, so we are starting to work on them.
My concern is that 14 pending complaints in 1 year is, almost 20% of our, ability total for the year. And so generally when we get to that much, we at some point engage them to see if it can be pared down. We've had this problem a couple of times before, and and have been successful in negotiating with the complainant, especially if it's complaints against the same respondent. Just a suggestion.
Yes, we can work with the chair and review the existing complaints to see if there's any similarities. We'll take a closer look at the complaints.
Yeah, I'll work with Victor on it, but if I recall, there were a wide variety of respondents that Ms. Schulman has filed complaints against. These aren't redundant ones. At least most of them are not redundant against the same individual or same department.
And in addition to that, we have, like we've said, made several attempts to get her to try and schedule dates before it was noted on this chart. And she had either not made an appearance.
You know, we get all that. We don't need to go there. Yep, we're fine. And I'll just note that Ms. Schulman has also indicated, I believe, that she only wants to have one complaint heard per meeting. So even if she does decide to start showing up again, her complaints will not be taking huge chunks of our agenda. They'll be spaced out and give everyone else plenty of time to come before us. I think we kind of jumped into the third section unknowingly. So I don't know, Cheryl, if you had any general comments about the third part of the report.
No, not really. We
Okay.
follow, we have a document called our complaint tracker. It's an Excel spreadsheet that counts all items, like if it's to go before a task force or complaint committee. Is there an OD that has to be drafted, has been drafted and published? So we have a chart that says all these things. And as Matthew had said once before, it is a live document that gets changed every day or every 2 days, depending on which case has been heard, who we've heard from, on whether they want to pursue a particular item. And we do watch it closely. So what you see here is something that this chart was finalized Wednesday or Thursday last week. I uploaded the agenda, so that's when it was finalized.
And the only thing I'd ask, and this is what I tried to work on with you before, Cheryl, is the summary underneath the chart doesn't match what's actually on our agenda today. Because if you consider what I think the task force wants to know is after the conclusion of our meeting, how much will these numbers drop? And obviously we have just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just on the with 6 just on the consent agenda alone. Then we have a file reviewing compliance that was from a prior meeting and then 5 hearings. So these numbers don't match what we would expect our numbers to go down by. So if we could make sure that that part in the bold matches really what's on the agenda, that would be helpful. Member Popo?
Agreed, and I appreciate that the years 2019 and 2020 have dropped off the chart, and I think it would be great if we could focus on the 2021 and 2022 matters, schedule them wherever they need to be scheduled, follow up wherever they need to be followed up, hear them, dispose of them, good, bad, or otherwise. The sooner they leave our orbit.
And I understand your concerns, but let me say for 2021 at waiting initial committee hearing, that is a specific petitioner who has been troublesome.
It's fine. I'm just saying in general, the sooner the better. That's fine.
That is the direction everyone moves. We try to work with the oldest first.
Great.
But like Cheryl said, there's some issues where
because the oldies are the goodies. Never mind.
And if you include Shulman's, I believe it goes back there as well.
For sure it does. Thanks.
So, okay. All right, so item number 4 on this, I just wanted, particularly because we have several new folks and summer's coming up, and I know it's hard for sometimes people to make meetings. So this is the part from our bylaws. This is the Sunshine Ordinance requires us to pass some type of statement on attendance. And then, so this is what's in the bylaws currently, and to review it with everyone. And this is just for regular full meetings, not for committee meetings, not for special meetings. So it only applies for regular meetings. And it's if you miss 2 consecutive or 3 regular meetings in a 12-month period of time, The administrator will send you a notification reminding you of how many meetings you missed, and in either a third consecutive or fourth subsequent absence in a 12-month period. I then have to apparently write the Board of Supervisors and inform them about your lack of attendance. I don't think anyone's there, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware of what currently is in the bylaws. We can change the bylaws, so if anyone thinks that these are not what they should be and we should somehow modify it, let me know and we can always put this as an agenda item in the future. But that's where it's at. I don't know if anyone has questions or their thoughts on that. Oh, and the administrator has a running tally of everyone's attendance. So if you're wondering how many you've missed in the last 12 months, you can check with Pat. I think Pat's been working on that, so she can get you the information.
That's correct.
Perfect. You
Not on that item. I had one other item for the administrator's report, and maybe this would be a new topic area in the future. If we can perhaps track outstanding advice requests from the city attorney by topic and when we requested it, just so we can get a sense, because we talk at committees about making requests. We talked about one last week. There are others from the full task force, and I'm not sure that there's a place now where we're capturing that. I'm not trying to disclose any confidential information, just if we've requested publicly for advice, if we can just capture that request. That I can't think of another place to put it, and it seemed like having a section.
In minutes, if there's a request by the complaint committee for legal research, the DCA, it would be reflected. It would be reflected in the minutes. And what we do is we take those draft minutes.
May I interrupt? We will take that new request under advisement, and we will think of a good place to keep a master list that's readily available.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the concern that, and I've seen this as well, Member Pilpel, is that there were requests made for advice from prior meetings, and that request for advice never made it to the DCA. And I think it needs to be clear: is it the chair who's doing it? Are you folks doing it? I think the administrator's doing it, but there were some that got missed, and so we had to withhold these from this agenda. So just to be clear, I think the administrators, if there's a motion to that effect where we're asked for advice, the administrator's responsibility is to then ask the DCA for that motion on, so that they can do what they need to do. And then I think the Member Pilpel's point, we make sure we track what's outstanding so that we know which cases have, are basically on hold until that advice comes back. Member LaHood?
I would like to give that a wholehearted endorsement. Yeah.
I think that's a great topic. Thank you, Member
Great.
Pilpel.
My idea was endorsed by Member LaHood. All right. Anyway.
And Chair Yankee's suggestion that the ones that come up in meetings be tracked by the administrators.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So it's too difficult just to try to go back to old meeting minutes and figure out what's where and where it's at. So we really need to have a master list. I think that's.
And I want to be clear to Mitch and the rest of the gang. I'm not suggesting that anything bad or delaying or untoward is going on, just that we don't have that kind of public tracking. And I'm not trying to speed things up or slow things down. You understand?
Yeah. In particular, because you folks aren't there at our committee meetings. And so.
And
unless you'd like to attend those.
And I think I personally sometimes lose track of what might be my responsibility or not.
Right.
So if it happens in a meeting, and it would be great if it's if the administrators are the ones keeping track of that and making the request, because then I think we don't lose track of who is responsible for these things.
Yeah. And then the DCA could always follow up with the chair, whoever else made the motion, if they need more background information. But just to get that discussion started, I think that should come from the administrator, which I've seen several come through in the last week. So I think that's the direction we're all moving to. So I think we're good on that. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, members, for the administrator's report? If not, I'll open up to public comment. Okay, let's go ahead and open the administrator's report up to public comment.
Any members of the public who are online and wish to speak on item 5, the administrator's report, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment.
Okay, and we have a public commenter here in person, so we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Warfield. Cheryl, when you're ready with the clock, please let Mr. Warfield know.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I say those contact information things because especially when there is remote participation, there may be people who might want to say something to a member of the public who's speaking. Might want to talk for whatever reason. And when they're in the room, that's a lot easier than when they're remote and unseen or unheard by one or the other party or both. First of all, I wish that you would be really clear about what this agenda item actually represents. You're actually making decisions about meeting dates. And that's important for the public as well as it is for yourselves. But I think that really needs to be clear as to what actual action you are taking, whether or not you have a formal vote. And I'm not sure that I've seen that in the minutes previously. I don't know, but I certainly think that should be very clear in the minutes, and it should be clear in the agendas. All I see here for item 5 is administrator's report, complaints and communications. It doesn't say, it says discussion and action, but does not say what action is to be taken. Is it an approval of the administrator's report or making some changes, or is it actually taking actions like getting rid of meeting dates or substituting other meeting dates? I think that needs to be really clear. This also happens at other times. For example, on item 14 as an example, I think that wherever there's an action contemplated, it needs to be specified. For example, approval of the minutes. That's clearly an action that you're intending to take and that you typically do take. And that's clear from the agenda. But things like item 14 or this one, I don't think it's clear what's happening. I did see on a previous agenda that there was an announcement that one of the members has left, and that was a kind of a surprise. I would like to encourage anything that one of your members is saying to improve the ability of the public as well as yourselves to understand what's going on. For example, things what previously mentioned, things like putting the timestamp on when things happen in the minutes is very helpful for everybody, including the public.
Your time is up, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warfield. I don't see anyone else in the room. So Pat, do we have any remote public commenters?
Once again, anyone wishing to speak on item 5, Administrator's Report, raise your hand or press *3. We currently have no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment on item number 5. And I would just note for anyone listening that the items for the administrator report are bulleted and included in that item. And it includes specifically task force and committee tentative hearing schedule with potential adjustments. And that's exactly what we discussed was our hearing schedule and made adjustments to it. So that is on the agenda and it's something we discuss every meeting. All right, with that said, we can go ahead and move on to item number 6, general public comment.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Okay, do we have anyone for item number 6, public comment? I see Mr. Warfield here in person, so we'll go ahead and start with him. And then after that, I'll turn it over to you, Pat, to call for remote public callers.
Noted.
Cheryl, when you're ready, please let Mr. Warfield know when he can begin.
You ready, sir? Mr. Warfield,
Yes.
you with us?
Yeah. Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. And I might mention that U.S. Postal Service is a lot more secure in terms of privacy than any email or electronic communications typically. Thank you to the chair for pointing out the bulleted items on the agenda. Appreciate that. It still is a question that seems not to be clear, to my mind anyway, on, for example, item 14. In trying to prepare for today's meeting, I requested on Monday the caption notes or transcripts that are typically available from software folks who provide the ability to do remote meetings, such as WebEx. I have, for example, seen for years online, the Board of Supervisors posts caption notes for their meetings, which is presumably the text of what was said. I won't speak to their accuracy or completeness, but there they are, and they're very helpful in a variety of ways, not just the content of who said what, but also where in the meeting did something happen. If you look for a name or an item number, whatever it is, you can get a sense, is it at the beginning of the meeting, at the end, in the middle, and so on. These meetings last a long time, just as yours sometimes do, and even that is very helpful. And I would also refer to the member of the task force who commented again on timing notes in your minutes, which I think are very helpful. In any case, I wanted to see what was said in the April and May meetings and thought that was a fairly simple request. So I asked the administration and no one from the task force. Then I learned that there were no evidently caption notes or transcripts available at all. And I thought this was very strange. It's my understanding. I had a discussion this morning with your administrator, Cheryl Leger. She said they don't provide this, but it wasn't clear that they're not available. And she said that other people in the clerk's office, other clerks, do provide caption notes or transcripts that are provided, for example, from WebEx. I think that it should be very clear that those are readily accessible to anybody requesting them. And if there is any question of options or yes or no, are we going to take it or not? If you're already doing it, if they have the capability, and I assume there's maybe payment involved as well, then I think that that's certainly something that you should be having and making available to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. See no other people in the room at the podium, we can go ahead and move to remote public comment on this item. So I'll turn over to you, Pat.
Thank you. If there are any members of the online community who wish to speak on item 6, public comment, please raise your hand using the app or press *3 on your phone. Chair Yankee, we have no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to the next item, item number 7.
You want to read all of them?
Yeah, I probably should have all be part of the record. So,
item number 7, consent agenda. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review file numbers 24001, 24005, 24013, 24014, 24016, 24017, to affirm the committee's findings regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's jurisdiction, violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or California Public Records Act, and if applicable, to issue an order of determination or refer matters to a committee for monitoring. Complainant and respondent are not required to attend the June 5, 2024 the Sunshine Task Force meeting, but may attend to provide testimony during the public comment period for this item related to the above listed determinations. Item number 7A, file number 24001, complaint filed by Rosa L. against the Department of Public Health for allegedly violating the Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. On April 3, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the Task Force consent agenda with a recommendation to find that the Department of Public Health violated Administrative Code Section 6721C for inadequate efforts to assist the complainant in refining their search for public records. The committee requested that there be an order that the Department of Public Health document the location and produce documents that are responsive, and that the response and refinement process be reviewed by the Compliance and Amendments Committee. The Compliance and Amendments Committee will review the efforts by the parties to determine a searchable, refined list of Department of Public Health employees who serve as point persons involved in the encampment resolution regarding COVID. The committee further recommends that the matter be referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee to monitor compliance with the committee's request to provide documentation of the located and produced documents that are responsive. Item 7B, file number 2.
If I may interrupt, I don't think we need to read the entire description. We can just read the title of each one.
I'm going to ask that we do read it, because when we approve the consent agenda, we're approving the action that was taken by the committee, and I want to make sure that's part of the audio record, since that's essentially the
My
motion
apologies, I just
that the group would be making. So
Let's
I think
at least
needs
do
to
it
be
this time and then see how it.
Yeah, I mean, this is still much faster than we would be reading these anyways if there are separate cases. So I'd like to continue with that.
Okay, my apologies. I was just
I know it's a lot, but it's something we would have done one way or the other. So
okay,
go ahead,
Case?
please.
All right. 7B, file number 24005, complaint filed by Anonymous against the Fine Arts Museum Board of Trustees for allegedly violating Administrative Code sections 67.7A, 67.7D, and 67.16 by failing to post a meaningful agenda in a timely manner, acting on an item that does not appear on the posted agenda, failing to post minutes online, and California Government Code section 54953, C as in cat, by taking action by secret ballot. On April 23, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction, that the records are public, and referred the matter to the Task Force consent agenda with a recommendation to find that the Fine Arts Museum violated Administrative Code section 67.7A as an apple by failing to post an agenda with a meaningful description in a timely manner, 67.7D as in dog, for acting on an item that does not appear on the posted agenda, and California Government Code 54953C as in cat, by taking action by secret ballot. In addition, the committee found no violation of Administrative Code Section 6716 for failing to post minutes online. The committee noted the respondent acknowledged that the response was late and the Board of Bylaws have a different definition of quorum. 7C, file number 24013, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Asha Safai, Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.29-5 by failing to respond to a request for Proposition G calendar in a timely and a complete manner. On April 23, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find jurisdiction that the records are public and referred the matter to the Task Force consent agenda with a recommendation to find that Supervisor Asha Safai violated Administrative Code Section 67.29-5 by failing to provide a Proposition G calendar in a timely manner. 7D, file number 24014, complaint filed by Rosa L. against the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. On April 23, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the Task Force consent agenda with a recommendation to find that the Police Department violated Administrative Code Section 6721B as in boy by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. The committee noted that the respondent acknowledged that the referenced violation occurred. 7E, file number 24016, complaint filed by Paul Neha against the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner. On April 23, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find that there is jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the Task Force consent agenda with a recommendation to find no violation because the information requested was under attorney-client privilege. 7F, file number 24017, complaint filed by Paul Neha against the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner. On April 23, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find that there is jurisdiction in the records of public and referred the matter to the Task Force consent agenda with a recommendation to find no violation of Administrative Code 6721, as all records were provided in a timely manner, within 10 days.
Thank you, Cheryl, and I appreciate you reading that all into the record. So it looks like the complaint committee was very busy, and it looks like we're already moving on to getting some of these 6721 complaints heard, probably about the fastest that we've ever made a determination. So I don't know if Member Schmidt, if you had anything you wanted to say about it. If not, we can just ask for a motion. Obviously, everyone can read these files for themselves.
I don't know if there's any need to specify. We've used the consent calendar before. In this one meeting, we did try really hard to be comprehensive and to be as decisive as we could. And that's what you're seeing here today. And all the members did a great job at that committee hearing. Members, do you have anything else to say about what we did there? Okay.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. And I agree that these are very comprehensive motions that were made, and I think it really gives us all a great idea of what actions we're taking and adopting. So I'll ask then quickly, does any member want to sever any item from the consent agenda before we, Member Pilpel?
I don't want to sever anything, but I had some general comments about how we're handling the consent agenda. So let me know if you want that now or in a moment.
You can go ahead and talk about it now.
Okay. I'll be pretty brief. I think this is great work. I think this is incredibly efficient and perhaps portends better things. I mean, period. I did have a couple of minor things here. On the first paragraph, the consent agenda block, I would suggest on the last line to just end it for this item so that it's not saying related to the above listed determinations, because we have not, in fact, made any determinations yet. So it's just related to during the public comment period for this item, period. On the second line, to affirm the committee's findings, I think there are a number of findings, but there in total, I think there are recommendations. And so perhaps recommendations is a more encompassing word instead of findings there. On item 7A, I believe, one of these, there was some reference to the complainant. Yes, to assist the complainant. I thought we were trying to use the word petitioner consistently. And so whenever I see complainant now, I'm like, so I don't care which term we use, but I think we should be consistent, and petitioner seems perhaps more neutral. Since there were a number of comments or points, particularly in 7A, about the committee, it's not entirely clear. It's relatively clear, but I think it could be more clear. Rather than saying the committee further recommends, I would say the complaint committee further recommends that the matter be referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, because there are two different committees involved, and where it's somewhat ambiguous, I think it's good to just spell out which committee in each instance. In each case, on the first line where it says the complaint committee moved to find blah, 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 I think it would read better to say the complaint committee recommended that the task force has jurisdiction, blah, 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 because these are in some cases findings, but again, in general, a set of recommendations. And I think recommendation is, sort of that broader concept. The text, the italicized text, I think would be fantastic to include not just on the agenda, but maybe in a one-page in the packet that's labeled something like committee recommendation. So that sort of works its way from there into a draft OD and doesn't just live on the agenda. because I didn't find that recommendation was anywhere else. I mean, I'm sure it's buried in the committee draft minutes, but I think it would get more visibility if it had a page in the packet. And just finally, on 7C, the title is correct, but in the parenthetical, Safai is misspelled. And I think it's good to properly spell members of the Board of Supervisors. Those are my comments. I have no issue otherwise with the way this was handled. I think this is good, and I think this is a pretty good model. So, maybe next time we should also try reading out the whole thing and see if that works. Maybe we can figure out a way, as Victor suggested, to slim it down in the future. But I think as we're going through this in the first pass, this is a good approach. Do you want a motion?
I remember
I'm sorry.
Highland wants to speak.
That's fine. Thanks.
Go ahead, Member Highland.
So shockingly, I'm going to agree with Member Pilpel. And this is more stylistic, but I noticed in 7A, we say the Compliance Amendments Committee brackets CAC. I think maybe that's a good practice to get into the habit of. Complaints Committee might be CC. Mention at the beginning of the section, put the the acronym, and then use that acronym.
First draft.
However, I will defer to the editors in the group as to what they think we should adopt. But seeing that pop up in the middle of 7A, but then not anywhere else, kind of sticks out to me. So either we use it, we don't use it, or how do we use it? So that's what I was going to throw out to the group. Member LaHood.
Member LaHood is going to push back and say we shouldn't use acronyms that real people don't understand just looking at them. You can use FBI, you can use CIA, but CAC doesn't mean anything to anybody who isn't on this task force.
So it shouldn't be there.
I don't think we should use it at all.
Okay, so just say it in full as we've been doing. Okay. I mean, I see what they're trying to do there, but it popped out at me because that's the only time I've seen it. I don't see anywhere else. So, okay. So I guess good try, but no, thank you. Is that what Member LaHood's?
I know you were trying to save words, but just if we're trying to make this easier to understand for, just regular members of the public, I think we should avoid acronyms that aren't obvious on first reference.
Fair enough.
Member Sugarman.
Okay.
I just want to second the suggestion to put these descriptions onto a separate page. Maybe where it says item 7, like wherever the item falls on the agenda, to have the attachment there for that. And that's all.
Okay, great. I think we got some good suggestions. You have them. Cheryl, you can maybe review the audio if you didn't write them down, and we can work on that for the next group of these. So now on the actual substance of these, do we have a motion to adopt the recommendations of the committees and pass the consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay, so moved by Member Pilpel to adopt the recommendations and pass the consent agenda. Member Wolf.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf. Member Wolf.
Yeah, there's actually somebody in the chat just posted something regarding 2405.
Well, I'll call for public.
I'll call for public comment. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll call for that. But they should. Anyone who's online, do not put stuff into the chat. We do not read it. It's not. We're not going to communicate with you through the chat. I will call for public comment after the motion has been made and seconded. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
But I'll second.
okay.
I only heard that's David.
Right. Okay. Then Member Wolf just seconded. So we have a motion by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf. Now we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
And the motion is to approve the consent agenda
with the
as we discussed.
Yeah.
But its substance, it's to approve the consent agenda.
Yeah, it's to approve the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, who was second again?
Member Wolf. Moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, great, fine. General comment?
Public comment, yeah.
Okay.
And anyone who is a party to any of these complaints may provide public comment during this public comment period. So that's a kind of a change from our usual part when we have someone who can't give public comment during their own complaint. So that being said, if there's anyone in person, I don't see anyone coming up to the podium. So Pat, I'll turn it over to you for a remote public comment on this. Pat? Is Pat with us?
Administrator Peterson?
Yes, I am here, but I had you muted. We currently have two callers. One of them is from a department. One of them is a call-in member. Hello, caller. Which item would you like to speak on? Hello. Item 7, consent agenda.
Yes, this is Michael Petrellis calling in, and I very much liked what I was hearing during your discussion, especially about explaining uncommon acronyms and the need to explain them to members of the general public. The other thing I want to say is that I think it's terrific you've combined all of these complaints, one of which is a complaint of mine against a member of the Board of Supervisors. I'm glad they were combined. I'm glad you've moved the agenda forward with this collective action. That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Petrellis. We have Mr. Victor Lim for item 7A, file number 24001. Mr. Lim, you're unmuted.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Victor Lim, custodian records for the San Francisco Department of Public Health. I was wondering if it's necessary to provide any updates on what we've done since the hearing on April the 23rd for the case. I was under the impression we may have needed to give a full report on an update today, just in case.
Weren't we sending this to CAC?
Yeah, that'll be the time to discuss any updates when it goes to CAC.
Okay. I'll save it for the CAC.
Okay. But we appreciate whatever you did, and we'll hear about it.
We'll see you at CAC.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lim.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
We have one more caller.
Okay.
Hello, Ms. Anne Marie.
Yes, I would like to speak on item 24005.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. First, I just want to thank the task force for reviewing and considering this complaint and for the determination you found, and just encourage you to do whatever is within your authority to rectify this situation. I'm sorry, I didn't have an opportunity to prepare my comments in advance, but this illegal secret ballot voting that occurred in October regarding the term limits for both the members of the Fine Arts Museum's Board of Trustees and for the president of the board. As you know from the facts of the case, the requirement for the passage of an amendment at the time that that meeting was held in October was not met at the meeting. So the amendments were not approved, and that's why the secret ballot voting occurred. That was void, and so it left the Fine Arts Museum in the same state. The bylaws were not amended to allow for an unlimited number of terms for either the president or the members of the board. And subsequently, due to their continued violation of their own bylaws regarding the threshold required for bylaw amendments, the Fine Arts Museum Board of Trustees ultimately lost a valid quorum years ago. So effectively is a non-entity at this point. And due to the self-appointing nature of that body, it leaves us in an exceptional and unique circumstance. So I just want to, I'm sorry I wasn't able to prepare my comments ahead of time, but I just want to thank you for considering the complaint and hope that you all understand the severity of the violation in question and the consequences that flowed from that violation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no other callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And I think Member Pilpel, do you have something?
Yeah, just very briefly. Interesting comment from the last speaker. Not the first time, probably not the last time we'll hear about the Fine Arts Museum. So more on that in the future. The way I read this, item 7A is unique of this group. That's the only one that's requesting specific follow-up at CAC. The others are sort of one and done right here, right now.
Yes.
Okay, just so that we're clear about that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great point. So anyone, if we're not making this part of the motion, or if we're not making this part of the motion, we're adopting from a consent agenda item, and it doesn't include a referral, I've been instructing our administrator that the file's closed then, because we need to have some finality to it. So
we'll get the order back next month
Get
or
the
when
order.
it's ready, but then that's it.
exactly. Right.
Okay.
And to be clear, if petitioners run into issues after we've issued the order and it requires compliance, they can always come back to us and yes, no.
If we're not refiling, if we're not referring, I'm not inclined to
Okay,
open.
then they have to start from scratch. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you for the
So
clarification.
we should all be very careful when we're making motions. If we think there's a follow-up portion that's needed, we should make it.
It has to be explicit.
Needs to be explicit.
Thank you.
Because I'm getting a lot of people who want to drag these out, and it's not fair to keep reactivating files and not have you be able to plan your agenda and know where you're at.
Something about finality.
And you're right, it needs to be finality at some point.
But I do think that these additional notes at the end here about the committee recognized this and the committee noted that, that is very helpful for the record. So
I think
I'm
that's
not
true.
discouraging that at all.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're ready for our vote on that now, Cheryl.
Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf? Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. One absent. 9 in favor.
Okay. That's great. And I think that's a record that by 5:40, we've already acted on 6 files. So this brings us. That's great work, everyone. All right. File number.
And approve 6 orders.
And approve 6 orders. We 12 files we've acted on. Yeah. All right. Item number 8.
Item number 8, file number 23030, complaint filed by Michael Turon against the Assessor Recorder's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and complete manner, 6726 by failing to keep withholding to a minimum, California Public Records Act 6253 B as in boy by failing to provide exact copies of record, California Public Records Act 6253.9 by failing to provide the electronic format in which you hold the information, California Public Records Act 6254.5 by withholding exemptions already waived by providing the records to the public before this request. On May 1, 2024, the task force moved to continue the matter to the call of the chair, requested that the deputy city attorney provide a memo regarding revenue and tax code 408. The task force noted that the petitioner and respondent are not required but are welcome to attend the June 5, 2024 hearing.
Okay. Before we begin, let me just see if, and while their attendance was certainly not required, as we pointed out, let's just see if Mr. Turon or anyone from the Assessor Recorder's Office is. I don't see them in the room here, but maybe they're online in case they want to participate in the discussion. So,
Okay, from my chart, just to let you know, I did not hear a confirmation from either party.
Okay.
On whether they were going to be.
And that's
there.
fine. They, like I said, they didn't need to attend, but if they did want to come, I just want to make sure that we know that they're there. So, Pat, just real briefly, could you, we'll get that. Just, Pat, could you check to see if there's anyone, either party is online?
We have one caller with their hand raised.
Okay.
Caller, you've been unmuted. Are you here to speak on this item?
Yes, Michael Turon. I'm just here to answer any questions that the committee have on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Turon. I'm not inclined to have you do another statement since we already went through all that, but if we have any questions, it's good to know that you're here. I appreciate that. Okay, so members, we left off on this one, requesting some advice from our DCA. That's been distributed via email. Everyone should have gotten it. If you need, a hard copy of it. Cheryl has it now. So does anyone need a hard copy of the advice? I think
I have not seen this.
Member Pilpel, would it help if we took we'll say 10-minute break now so that you have time to review this, since this is essentially the important part of where we're at?
Sure, as long as you print it out.
So let's do that. Why don't we we'll recess until 5:55. This will give everyone, mainly Member Pilpel, a chance to review the memo, and then we can pick up at 5:55 with our discussion and our decision on this.
And can we turn off the microphones if we're taking a break?
I can't hear anything.
Member Wolf, I don't believe the microphones are back on yet.
Okay, all microphones are back on.
Test. Yeah.
Are we coming? Okay, so I cannot see monitor where Administrator Peterson and Member Wolf are. It's gone black.
I'm here.
Okay, we can hear Member
We
Wolf.
can hear.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, we're back on the record at 5:58 p.m. Okay. So I'm just going to open it up.
Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I have a little concern. Considering when we received this and, due to the weekend, just wasn't quite sure how to proceed with this. But I'm a little concerned because the nature of the information that was provided to us, that I think it's pertinent that we have a discussion about this in closed session before we decide whether to, if there's going to be a motion to make it public.
Okay,
there's some key issues that I have questions about that didn't come to me until I reread it last night.
Okay, so let's handle that in two parts. Number one, we're not. Can you mute real fast, Member Wolf? Member Wolf. Okay, thanks.
Chair Yankee, may I check and see if a caller is a party to this matter?
Sure.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Are you a party to item 8, file number 23030?
Are we not on for Turon versus Assessor Recorder Office?
You are.
Yeah, that's I'm Michael Turon. I am party.
I have moved the wrong person as a panelist. One moment, please.
Hi, this is Michael Petrellis. I am not a party to the matter.
Caller, Mr. Petrellis, are you 415996?
Yes, that's me.
Thank you. Placing you back on mute. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I think we have Mr. Tron now as a panelist. All right. So to get to Member Wolf's question, number one, we're not going to discuss in this instance whether or not we should release or not release this memo. It's privileged and confidential. If we want to consider releasing it, then that's a separate agenda item that we can't do tonight. Second question I was going to ask our DCAs is, if we have questions for you about what was written in here, how should we go about holding this discussion so that we don't breach confidentiality in our questions to you?
Chair Yankee, this is Adam Shapiro. I'm the author of the memo. I joined you.
And thank you for joining us. I appreciate that you coming again.
Thank you. Thank you. My suggestion would be that if you have specific questions about the memo and you want to discuss them, that they get discussed in closed session. I don't know that we can anticipate where that discussion would lead, and it could lead into privileged matters. So out of an abundance of caution, I think the best course would be to discuss it in closed session.
Okay. Do we need any specific, can we move to closed session now if that's something we want to do, or do we need to have that noticed in some way?
I think we needed to have that noticed.
I'm going to defer to Mitch on the procedural aspects of that.
I don't know, but just give me a moment to see if I can figure that out.
Chair Yankee, this is Victor Young. I believe that we do want to have a closed session. We would need to schedule it for a different day because we're not set up to record closed session at this time.
Right.
67.8.
Just briefly, I believe we would have to timely and properly notice closed session.
Okay.
On the issue, yes.
Okay, so I don't know if the members, if that's something that you feel that we need to have a closed session about. In which case we would need to continue this and I would have to notice it as a closed session item for August. Or if we feel we can try to have a discussion now based on what we saw and then see where that takes us. I'm not sure what everyone thinks. Member Pilpel?
I'd like to have an open session discussion now. I have a couple of questions and comments. I was not, can I do that for a moment now?
Yeah.
Okay. I was not at the May meeting. I did not listen to the tape, so I am behind on this, but
So I would ask if you have questions not about, like,
I understand. I was just,
okay.
I did read the memo. I did have a, brief confab. A couple of things. I did note that item 8 in the packet doesn't appear to be page numbered. Really important to page number, especially long, big things. It seems to me that, and I believe I was on the committee when we discussed this before, that there was a large sort of scope of request that Mr. Turon was making. And I'm sorry, Mr. Turon is online. Is Derek on in or somebody from assessment?
No, that's what I want to be very careful about. We did not
ask
them to come to this. It's supposed to be our deliberation. So
I understand.
I think unless it's a real exception to the rule, I don't want to get back into a question and answer because that's unfair to the assessor recorder.
I understand. Well, that's why I was asking if they're present. So they're not.
They're not.
Okay.
If you do have questions about the specific content of the record, I'm happy to answer them. I don't have it in front of me, but I did review the entire.
I understand that, but I think I'm leaning to continuing this to August so that we can either schedule it for a closed session if we choose to. Definitely invite back the assessor recorder's office.
I think. Okay.
Or make clear that it might be helpful. I guess where I'm at this point is I believe that there's sort of 3 buckets of records here, that there are records that they needed to disclose and did disclose that were general office records, not at all specific to assessment stuff, that there was a set of records that they needed not to disclose because there were confidential records between and the assessor and various assessees, et cetera, that may be within the scope of the request. And then the third bucket is the stuff that's arguable, that whether their procedural documents would shed light on something that shouldn't be disclosed, et cetera. And so I'm struggling with that third group, and it might be helpful to me to have Mr. Onin or somebody from the assessor's office to, reiterate or better articulate their basis for non-disclosure of those specific documents.
Through the chair.
That's where I'm.
Member Highland. Actually, there was quite a lot of discussion, very lucid discussion about that exactly. So I would
will have to go back and listen to that.
Yeah, listen to the audio because that will get you up to speed. And rather than rehashing all those questions now, I think that will answer everything that you've just mentioned there.
Okay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. As directed by Member Highland, I shall do this.
Suggested.
I mean, I'm not personally inclined to make the parties come back again. I think this was, we like Member Highland said, we asked them extensive questions, and it was basically the question where we left it was that the exemption, whatever you want to call it, claimed by the assessor recorder using this ROT 408 to not release what they didn't release, and whether or not that was applicable as a valid exemption for what they didn't release. Member LaHood?
Could we ask DCA Shapiro to give us overview of his research in response to this question?
Sure, and then what he feels he can talk about publicly, he can talk about publicly.
Would you like more specific prompts?
I can talk generally. It is difficult to talk generally without disclosing attorney-client communications and privileged information. And so if you wanted to reserve that for a closed session, I'm happy to do so. I defer to the committee as to whether or not you are amenable to me discussing privileged advice in a public open meeting.
I mean, honestly, part of me wonders why this is privileged to begin with. I feel like that we should be having an open discussion about this. But I know that other members of the task force might think differently, but I think as much as you think that you could explain, I think it would be helpful for us. I think, Mr. Turan is on the line, is probably wondering where we're going with this. And I think the members of the public who might be listening in and interested in this case would also benefit from hearing as much as you're comfortable with sharing.
Yeah, to that point, I think we asked some of these questions actually at the last one, expecting that maybe you'd be able to publicly advise us. I think anything that's specifically referenced in the memo, that's like sentences and what the specific paragraph. I think this general legal advice we have you guys weigh in all the time.
Let's hear the general advice that if you had already done this research and we had asked you in the last meeting, that's what we're looking for.
Sure. Let me see if I can give a broad overview. So as an initial matter, Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 408 and Section 451 provide protections for the disclosure of certain records that are held by an assessor's office. The statutory language can be a little bit confusing as worded, because it essentially says that any information and records in the assessor's office that are not required by law to be kept or prepared by the assessor are not public documents. So that begs the question, exactly what records that are held by the assessor's office are not required by law to be kept by the assessor's office. And that leads you down a whole rabbit hole of various records that are outlined in the Revenue and Taxation Code as to what they do need to keep. And those would be maps, records relating to claims for exemptions, certain property tax statements, an assessment roll containing specified information, an index to the roll, a list of transfers. There are various exceptions set forth in 408, but those exemptions I don't know that are necessarily pertinent here because they pertain to disclosure of record to specific individuals, such as other municipalities or to the assessees themselves, and don't pertain to disclosure to the general public. So I don't think that those exceptions that are set forth in RTC Section 408B, C, D, E, and G apply here. So then we look to the case law to essentially get a better understanding of exactly what is going on here. We have the statewide case wherein the court essentially said that certain information, rejected a narrow interpretation of the exemption set forth in 408, and essentially found that certain work product that was generated by the assessor's office in that case was subject to protection under 408. We also have this Roberts case, which essentially suggests, and reading this together with the statute and the enacting statute, suggests that the intention of 408 is that certain persons, assessees, are going to provide confidential information to the assessor and recorder's office, and that the assessor's office is supposed to keep that private information private. The fact that it gets handed over to the assessor's office does not all of a sudden make it a public document that is subject to review by the public. And probably appropriately so, because assessees are providing all sorts of confidential private information. Although, again, under statewide, it's not necessarily limited to confidential information. So that's kind of the first test. We have the 408 test, and then we have a separate test, which is set forth in Evidence Code, is it 1040? Pursuant to the official information privilege. And I looked into this because at the prior meeting, the assessor recorder's office essentially said that they were withholding certain documents because there was a concern that if those policy documents were disclosed to the public, they would allow assessees or other members of the public to perhaps avoid assessment. And the question is whether or not that is a valid reason for withholding those documents, especially in light of the fact that there are distinctions between the protections afforded by the Public Records Act and that set forth in the Sunshine Ordinance. And it's likely, I think, that the official information privilege should apply, at least in some respects, to the Sunshine Ordinance. To the extent that there is information that is being held by the government that is typically kept secret and not disclosed to members of the public or not kept private, and to the extent that there could be a detrimental harm to the public in disclosing that, I think there's a justification for the Assessor Recorder's Office to withhold that. Which leads us to the question as to whether or not the Assessor Recorder's Office was justified in withholding the documents that it did. Difficult question to answer without actually looking at exactly what they withheld. All we have currently is representations from the Assessor Recorder's Office as to the rationale for withholding certain documents. And we also have Mr. Turon's requests, which are fairly broad and request a wide variety of policy documents. The Assessor Recorder's Office has represented to the committee that certain policy documents that they keep are kept confidential because there could be a detrimental effect to the city, the tax collection, and disclosing those. It's conceivable, it's likely that those types of documents would be responsive to Mr. Turon's request, given its scope. And so to the extent that they're withholding those documents without seeing them, I can offer the opinion that it's possible and in fact likely that such documents are properly withheld. And again, I can't give any definitive advice without actually reviewing the documents themselves. There's also the issue of whether there are other documents that are protected under 408. Again, looking at Mr. Turon's request, it's quite broad, although it's not clear that he's requesting specific information for particular assessees, although that was discussed at the prior meeting. So again, haven't seen the documents. To the extent that he's requesting information that were provided to the assessor's office by assessees that's private and confidential, that does not fall into any of the other information that is required by law to be kept by the assessee's office, that information was likely also properly withheld. But again, it's difficult to assess without actually looking at the documents themselves. I'm sorry to hedge on this. So that, in summary, is my read of the record and the law.
That was very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Question?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
So I have a couple of questions. Hopefully I can keep them circumvented here. One is, can you explain to us why you feel the balancing test does not apply?
I'm sorry, why I think the balancing test
does not apply. How does the balancing test under 67
21I?
You mean a balancing test under 6725?
No, not 25.
I'm sorry, let me get the exact.
Yeah, I had it for a second here.
You're talking about the balancing. You're talking about the balancing code, section 7922-0.000.
So just a quick point order. Member Wolf, everything.
Yeah.
Everything, when we talk, we're hearing ourselves back, we can barely have a conversation. So after you talk, you need to mute right away. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
We can't have a conversation here otherwise.
Okay, it's 6724G.
Okay.
6724G. So I specifically looked at, and my apologies, I don't have the entirety of the government code in front of me. What I do have is certain aspects of my memo. So I do know that pursuant to this Sunshine Ordinance, generally speaking, the balancing exemption set forth in Government Code 7922, formerly 6255A, doesn't apply. However,
why not?
Good government guide. There are other balancing tests that might apply, and there's a balancing test essentially that applies under 1040. And so the rationale is that the balancing test under 1040 might apply even though the general balancing test allowed by 6255 does apply. And if you have the Good Government Code guide, I can point to exactly where that is.
But that's not in our jurisdiction. Our jurisdiction is in the CPRA.
But
well, there are
CPRA incorporates other aspects, including 1040.
1040. Does it? Okay.
Member Highland here. And while you're looking at that, I can read you 6724G if you like. It's just one line, if it would help you. Neither the city nor any office, employee, or agent thereof may assert California Public Records Act Section 6255 or any similar provision as the basis for withholding any documents or information requested under this ordinance.
And that the old 6255 is the general balancing test, which is now at 7922 000, I think, or 600, whatever. Anyway, the general balancing test.
Correct. So there's the balancing test, the general balancing test under 6255, but there are other exemptions that also involve balancing. And so the city attorney's position historically has been, even though the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't allow balancing generally, you can look to do balancing for other types of exemptions that are specifically called out in the CPRA to the extent that they call for it. And in this case, there's an exemption under, I think it's Evidence Code 1040 for the official information privilege.
Can I interject a quick question?
Go ahead, Member Schmidt.
I need to ask you why you are citing to what the city attorney's office says as some type of authority here. Is that the primary city attorney's office or the city attorneys in the unit that advises us?
So this is the Good Government Guide that I'm citing to, and it's essentially as good as the statutory support that it cites to.
You're saying the good government guide is as good as the statutes as authority?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there are certain analysis set forth in there, which I find persuasive, right? The fact that general balancing under 6255 is not allowed does not necessarily mean that you can't engage in any type of balancing for other types of exemptions that might be set forth in the CPRA or in the Sunshine Ordinance.
One of the reasons I am referring to this and bringing this up is that something about your memo I really liked was the fact that, unlike other memos I've seen from various DCAs, you didn't completely cite the Good Government Guide as some kind of authority, because I don't see that citing yourself as an authority is very helpful. If the city attorney says, I said so, therefore it's true. I want to point that out to other members here, is that that's not authority. That's not a legal authority. That's an interpretation. And so I did appreciate in your memo that you didn't take that type of approach and you actually use the actual citations. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
think there's some Latin phrase about that. If so, something, because I said it, therefore it is. You know.
Ipsit Dixit.
Member Wolf, did you have any further questions?
Yeah, I did.
Go ahead.
So I don't know. I'm not necessarily convinced convinced of that, because it's hard to know. They're basing the balancing test on what set of documents. The documents that were requested was broad, but there were examples that the requester had kind of gave examples of that didn't necessarily seem to me to be needing to be withheld. So the question then becomes, and in the understanding of your advice, I still don't know what that is. I mean, the overall idea of how things are to be determined, whether they should be disclosed or not, or declared not public, that part I get operationally, but not for the specific records that the requester has asked that is central to this complaint. So I'm still kind of at a loss as to how to even determine that without knowing the nature of those records. So I appreciate all the work that you did. I understand how they would go about it, but it's not would be very hard for me on this body to make a determination as to whether record A or record B or record C was properly declared not a public record. Fails me at this point. I don't have the ability to do that. Even to ask the assessor about how they went about to do that, they probably would say, "Well, I can't even reveal the nature or of the type of record it is." Where does that leave us then? I'll stop there for the moment.
I'll get you one sec, Member, but I have thoughts. Member Wolf, I was kind of arriving in the same spot, and so this was my thought so far, and certainly I'm not making a motion at this point, but I'd point out that we can make, our bylaws let us make one of three motions generally, and it's to either find a violation, find no violation, or take no further action and close the file. And to me, I think it's kind of falling under that last portion where I'm not sure, and that's probably a limitation of the Sunshine Ordinance, that we can't see some of these documents, and we're never going to be able to see these documents. And so we're taking the assessor's word for it, that certain things might make it privileged, and we can't look at it and say whether it's true or not true. Well, if you need to mute yourself.
Yeah, I know. I just want to respond to you on that.
I'm not quite done yet, though. And so I'm thinking that this, because only the courts can really look at these documents and make that determination, I'm not sure that we're really equipped to make a determination one way or the other. So that's where I'm kind of leaning on this one, that it's maybe in our best interest and the petitioner's best interest to not hold this further here, since I don't think if we decide there is or is not a violation, it's really going to resolve this question. Something's probably going to have to go to the courts who can actually see the documents. Now I'm done, and I'll let you unmute and talk.
Yeah, okay. So I hear you saying I'm in somewhat of agreement with that, but it does leave us with now some sort of precedent that this body now has to regard when it not only comes to these type of records, but other type of records too. And I don't know, food for thought. Okay, that's all I have for the moment.
Okay, I see a lot of people here with their hands, so I'll go. If you don't mind, Vice Chair Stein, Member Schmidt, Member Highland, and Member Pill, if you want to jump back in again. So Vice Chair Stein, so you haven't gone yet.
I was going to say, I wasn't here for the last meeting, so I haven't been able to listen to discussion, but I just want to make a slightly different point in relation to the evidence code 1040 because I didn't find it based on what was in the packet. I didn't find it particularly convincing, in part because I didn't really see any real discussion of what could be balanced against, this fear that this knowledge about this policy or how procedures are done would be abused by the public. And I can think of many, many things that could be balanced against that would be important for the public to understand what the procedures and policies are and how things are assessed. So I was convinced by Section 451 as a valid exemption, but not 1040. So I don't know. I mean, I listened to what you said. That could be the answer. But I think it's problematic for me to say that that's a valid exemption here.
Member Schmidt?
I want to build on what was just said by other members. I am in agreement with Member Stein that the 1040 analysis is, to me, problematic. To me, it's always problematic when we're looking at 1040. I would hope that in this case, we don't even have to get to 1040. There's a lot of issues around 1040 that I believe are somewhat gray, in gray areas. I don't know if the balancing test there is something that can be used or can't be used in the city. I'm assuming that it would be available to the city. However, I think the scope of what 1040 covers is actually narrower than what we're currently maybe entertaining as a possibility for other reasons. But I don't necessarily want to get to 1040 because and now I'm pointing more to Chair Yankee's position on what do we do with this. I think in somewhat of a similar manner to what he's thinking, when I look at this case, I can see something that is significant is in that I'm not sure if I've ever seen a task force case against the assessor's office. Maybe I have, I just don't remember, I didn't notice, but now I can see why. Because there's very little that is actually in the public record that we would even have jurisdiction over. As far as I can tell, there's a very small sliver of what may be maintained at the assessor's office. And that's, you put aside all the various documents that are covered by exemptions anyway, and anything that's not required by law is defined to not even be a public record. And so we can't really do anything about that. So we're only really left with looking at records that they're required by law to keep or prepare. Now, I don't know what that would be in this case because there was a very broad request, but the types of records that were requested here, policy manuals, et cetera, I just don't know if those things are required by law. So it may be that just by the nature of the request, we're looking at the kinds of things that are not even by definition public records under the state law that defines the processes of the assessor's office. That's all.
Thank you, Member Schmidt, Member Highland, and Member Pilpel.
I was just going to point out, when you go back and rehear the original case, I thought the assessor's office was particularly helpful. They showed up with not one but two representatives. They explained their position. They obviously took a lot of thought about it. They provided a lot of documents as they could. They even provided some they probably didn't have to. So just a general sort of, flavor is that I think they really are trying to help as much as they can. And I would just, have members keep that in mind, if we move forward with any other deliberations. That's all I was going to add.
Member Popel?
Listening, taking it all in. I think where I'm going at this point, and I'm happy to be persuaded that I'm on the wrong track, is maybe this is a 67.27 issue that the assessor's office, despite the huge record here, and it's hard to find things in this stack, that the justification for the withholding that was provided to Mr. Turon may not have been sufficient, although it cited the law, it cited some case law. I think maybe, and in part to Member Schmidt, maybe the way that you get into 1040, for example, is that you have to articulate a greater explanation for the withholding and not just, merely assert that, it would be a HIPAA violation to, release this health record, or, there's an ongoing law enforcement case and I can't talk about it, so you can't have any of it. I think in this case, drawing out the rationale and saying, the nature of this record is the procedure by which this office goes about doing the disclosure of which would inevitably allow a taxpayer or some party to circumvent the law, and therefore we believe on balance that non-disclosure outweighs disclosure for this lengthy reason, and that maybe that's a way to get at it without us having to review anything in camera, without deciding whether 1040 applies, without parsing the rev and tax code in a more detailed way than I care to do, or that the task force may care to do. But again, to put the burden, or not again, but to put the burden properly on the office to either disclose if they can or need to, or if they can't or choose not to, for a good reason, to articulate that reason, and where there's ambiguity about the basis, to find that their discussion and justification was insufficient. That's currently where I am. Somebody tell me if I'm possibly way off on this. I keep looking at Member Schmidt, but
Member LaHood?
Something Member Stein said when you said, I don't know what members of the public would do with this. And it was interesting because I was thinking, if somebody were trying to game the system, how could it benefit them? And I was thinking about this, we think, oh, people want their taxes to be low, so they would want a lower assessment. But when you want to go and sell your property, you want the assessment to be higher. And maybe when you're paying for insurance, you think you want the you want it to be low. But when something happens and you need to get a payout on insurance, you wish that it were high. And there could be short-term benefits by people trying to game the system, but you're going to get caught at one end or the other. So as a long-term strategy, it doesn't seem like something that members of the public, it would be, I don't know, it would be are people actually going to use the information to game the system in any effective way where individuals could benefit? I don't know that they could, and maybe having more transparency about what the policies and procedures are would be a good thing.
Yeah, and I think to that point, I think when the assessor recorder was here, they even spoke about the fact that that's part of why they're withholding, so that the members of the public can't know exactly how they're calculating this. And that's why they feel that 408 applies, so that people can't try to game the system. And that's why they feel that 408 protects such a broad range of things that ordinarily most government agencies would have to turn over, like policy manuals and procedures and so forth. And then the other part that to Member Pilpel's point, I'm not even sure, so if we take RNT 408, that's saying these aren't even public records at all. It's not that they're public records and they're withholding them, but RNT 408 says they're not public records at all. So I'm not even sure to what extent you would even need to go through and justify further than that. If it's not a public record, it's not a public record, period. I mean, I don't need to.
It's just an odd construct in law that we've always understood under Sunshine and under the Public Records Act, that pretty much any piece of paper that any of us touch or any city employee touches, other than, you know, a shopping list or a note to call your wife, is a public record. But just because it's a public record doesn't mean that it's necessarily subject to public disclosure. So to then define out just this narrow category of records within assessor land that aren't public documents,
right,
is just weird.
Well, if that's why it's right. It is very weird, but it does do that. I mean, it specifically says,
right,
you know, blah, 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 are not public documents and shall not be open to public inspection.
Right. But I think I read that more as they are within the ambit of public records as the city has defined them, but that doesn't make them subject to disclosure. It's a state law protection against disclosure, regardless of how it's worded. It's like weird old wording. And for all I know, that section of the Revenue Tax Code may well precede the Public Records Act. That's possible. I don't know when that was first enacted, but whatever. And there is that whole thing about statutory interpretation that an older or more general law gives way to a more recent or more specific enactment. But I digress.
I hear echoing. Member Wolf is unmuting.
I think he.
Did you have something to say, Member Wolf?
Yeah, I did. When it's my turn.
You can go.
Okay, so referring to the response by the assessor's office, I mean, they cite these sections of law, including 6721K. And 6721K, while it speaks to, and again, it's one line real quick, release of documentary public information, whether for inspection of the original or by providing a copy, shall be governed by the California Public Records Act, Government Code Section 6250 et sequitur, in particulars not addressed by this ordinance, and in accordance with the enhanced disclosure requirements provided in this ordinance, which I find interesting because 6727G, is it 27G?
21G.
It was, 6724G, you know, speaks to the balancing test, that it shouldn't be used. So that's the first point. Second point is they state in the last page of their notes, of their response, that they describe what official information it is, and they also quote 1040. And from what I can see, the documents that Mr. Turon was requesting, it's not inclusive of that. And I mean, what they're describing here and what their defense is based upon specific personal information that people have self-reported. Well, that's not what Mr. Turon was asking for. Or if he was, that could be excluded. But for the most part, the other stuff, which we don't know what they're withholding, or that they're claiming is not disclosable or not public, we don't even know what that is. So it's hard to tell, you know, what is being held confidential or not. Like how procedures, you know, what procedures are. Procedures don't hold people's personal information. It's a process that, and the public generally should have a right to know what the process is that government imposes on them. So that's where I feel a little stymied on this, on that point. Nonetheless, it's a complex issue. I get that part, and it could have wide-ranging effects. And well, I hear what Member Pilpel says is suggesting might be a good way to get that ball rolling. I'm kind of leaning to what you, Chair Yankee, are suggesting at this point. But still, I just find that there is something not right with this process, and that the public has to have some way to know what is or what is not being held either by index as required by the ordinance, or not, or held at the state level for some reason. I realize that the assessor kind of is probably the most independent of elected officials and departments in the entire state, separate from almost all the branches of government in their operation, but which is interesting in of itself. I'll stop there.
Member Schmidt.
Yeah, just in response to Member Pilpel, I was liking your 6727 violation idea as a possibility.
In the microphone, please.
Yeah, I was liking the 6727A, but then I'm looking at the language, and it says that any withholding under a permissive exemption has to cite that authority. And I'm not sure if we can require more than citing that authority. And I think that if you say that the authority is 1040, that it may be that should be deemed sufficient by us to say that it's 1040. I don't know if we can say that 6727 requires that they lay out the balancing. It certainly would be preferable if they did. I just don't know if it's a violation when they don't do it.
There may be some other requirements that I didn't cite there in state law or elsewhere requiring more explanation.
I believe the statute for the admin code merely requires that the withholding agency cite the authority for which is the basis of the withholding, no more. And I don't believe that there's any requirement in either the Sunshine Ordinance or the Public Records Act that, at least upon an initial request, that a responding agency provide a privilege log. If this case were a CPRA case and it was to proceed to Superior Court on a writ, then I think there are procedures set forth in the case law which provide that a privilege log should be prepared in the course of discovery. The court would have the opportunity to review that privilege log, and then the privilege log would be litigated. But I don't know that in this particular procedural posture, that kind of process is required or called for.
Well, I don't believe Mr. Turon has requested that to date, but I believe under 67.21C that any FNQ request could yield the equivalent of a privilege log in response to the broad categories that he requested, and the office might have to, generally characterize the documents that are at issue, even if they're not disclosing them. I mean, I'm trying to sort of, what's the word, thread the needle here. I don't believe, I guess at this point, I don't believe that the city either can or should disclose taxpayer or property specific records that are essentially private. Okay. But at the same time, I think there is both a public interest in disclosure of general policies and procedures, and not a good justification to withhold general policies and procedures. There may be specific policies and procedures that would reasonably lead one to be able to circumvent the law in general, but I think non-disclosure of those more specific procedures would need to be more finely articulated to justify such withholding. That's kind of where I am.
This is where I'm at. So page 155 of the PDF has a statement. It says, we have located, this is an email from the assessor's office back. It says, we have located an additional 94 responsive records, but we are withholding them because there are records in the assessor's division that are exempt from disclosure under California Revenue Taxation Code 408A. Doesn't talk about evidence code, doesn't talk about anything else. They've cited a code. That code then says, except as otherwise provided in subsections B, C, D, E, and G, any information and records in the assessor's office that are not required by law to be kept or prepared by the assessor, disabled veterans exemption claims, and homeowners exemption claims are not public documents and shall not be open to public inspection. So it's a very, very broad exemption. It's not in CPRA, it's in RNT 408. You can argue whether or not it should be there. It looks like, as far as I'm looking here, it was last amended in 2021. So at some point, the legislature has looked at RNT 408. I'm not sure what the amendment was, but it says it was amended in 2021. So I'm going back to where it was. Now, that all being said, I forgot that I had discussed this last time and found my notes. On page 127, there is a little timeline that the assessor's office gives us, and it says that, okay, the request was on 11/18/2022. They respond on 11/22/2022 to the IDR. It was a day late. So what I would suggest, we find a violation of 6725 for responding 1 day late to the IDR and close the file. That's where I think we're at in that. If they want to litigate the extent of 408 and how it applies to the specific records, which we'll never be able to see, that allows the petitioner to go forward and go to the courts, which where I really think this belongs. That while we can continue this discussion for another hour, I don't think without seeing the records we're ever going to really apply the law to the records. And so I think that's not a productive use of our time or the petitioner's time to further hold this matter here. So that's kind of where I'm at.
If that was a motion, I will second.
Okay, then I will make that a motion. I will find a violation of 6725. Is it A? I think. Let's see. Yeah, 6725A for responding a day late and close the file.
Or not responding timely.
Or just not responding timely. I can say that too. So a violation of 6725A for not responding to an IDR timely and close the file.
Member Highland seconds.
Not crazy about it, but I can probably live with it.
$6725A for timeliness and close the file. That's my motion, seconded by Member Highland.
Just in case. That's all we can do.
Okay, members, any discussion on that motion? Okay, I'll go ahead and open up to public comment. If anyone has public comment in the room on that motion, feel free to come to the podium. Thank you to our DCAs for that. I'm not seeing anyone come, so Pat, if you could call for remote public comment. Pat, we can't hear you.
Administrator
And
Peterson.
once again, I have unmuted you. Members of the online community, if you'd like to speak on item 8, file number 23030, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. I'll give you just a moment. Chair Yankee, no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close.
I'm sorry, one moment.
Oh, okay.
We have a panelist. One moment, let me figure out what is going on.
Okay. As a reminder, if you're a party to this complaint, you cannot give public comment at this stage. We've given you time to present. So if this is Mr. Turan, you cannot give public comment.
Let me confirm who this is. Please. Caller, could you identify yourself, please?
Yeah. Mr. Turan, I guess I can't make a comment. So.
You may not. I am muting you now. Thank you. Lowering your hand as well.
Okay, thank you.
No callers in the queue, Chair Yankee.
Okay, public comments closed. We can go ahead and move to a vote on that motion.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Pilpel.
Again, I think I can live with this. Aye.
What was that?
I can live with this. Aye.
Member Anderson, Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf.
Reluctantly, aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 9 in favor, 1 absence.
Okay, that was a good discussion. I think we can move on to item number 9.
Item number 9, file number 23048. Complaint filed by Rosa L. against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and or complete manner. On May 1, 2024, the task force moved to find that the police department violated Administrative Code Section 6721B as in boy by failing to provide public records in a timely and request that Lieutenant Christopher Beauchamp provide responsive records by the June 2024 task force hearing, along with an update on any records that are in the process of being produced. The task force further moved to continue the matter to the June 5, 2024 meeting.
Okay, so this is one that we continued from May. We already found a violation, so this is kind of just a compliance hearing. So sorry to steal this one from the CAC agenda, but I think we figured that this was going to be faster to hear it here. So let's see if we have the parties. Do we have Rosa L. and someone from the police department here?
Rosa L., if you are one of our online callers, please raise your hand in the app or by pressing *3. Lieutenant Chris Beauchamp has been added as a panelist. Seeing no one in the online community.
Okay, so we do not have Rosa L. here. Is that
I do
correct?
not see Rosa L. in the online community.
Okay, so we'll just, I guess, hear from Lieutenant Beauchamp. Maybe you can give us a, well, say just 3-minute summary of what took place since our last meeting and where things stand now. So Cheryl, when you're ready with the timer, if you can let Lieutenant Beauchamp know.
Okay. Sir, you'll get 3 minutes to speak. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Good evening, task force members. I'll try to be much less than 3 minutes. We provided responsive records to the requester on May 13th and May 14th regarding the Excel spreadsheets she requested for the information she wanted. And we provided 10 of the 14 body-worn camera videos to date. We have anticipated that we will give her the last 4 by June 10th.
Okay, that's it?
That's it.
Sounds good. All right, thank you. Members, I don't know, any thoughts on this? Sounds like the police department has complied and Rosa has not shown up to dispute otherwise. And so we just close this out, but I don't know if anyone else has different thoughts. Okay. I'll move this along. I'll make a motion to close the file.
I'll second it.
Okay.
For 7B?
What's that?
For 7B?
No,
Not
no,
apparent.
just closing the
Just in
file.
general.
Just in general. We're just closing it. Okay, so moved by me, seconded by Vice Chair Stein to close the file. Any public comment on that motion?
Any members of the online community who would like to speak on item 9, file 23048? Please raise your hand using *3 or raise your hand in the app. No callers in the queue, Chair Yankee.
Okay, and seeing no one here in the room, I can go ahead and close public comment and move to a roll call vote on that motion.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. 9 in favor, 1 absence.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Lieutenant Beauchamp, for your update and for providing those records. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 10.
Item number 10, file number 23093, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against the mayor's office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.29-5 by failing to respond to a public records request for Prop G calendar entries in a timely and or complete manner. On January 16, 2024, the complaint committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested documents are public, and refer the matter to the task force for consideration.
Okay, and I heard Mr. Petrellis before. Mr. Petrellis, are you still with us online?
One moment, please. Mr. Petrellis, I've unmuted you. Are you Mr. Petrellis?
Yes, this is Michael Petrellis calling in.
One moment, please. I'm going to move you to a panelist.
Okay, and I think we have Mr.
Okay.
Huckle who just walked in, so I think.
Oh,
Thank you
good.
for joining us.
Because I lost him on the phone.
He's on his way over. All right, so parties are here. That's great. This one looks pretty straightforward, but I'll give it to hand it over to Member Schmidt real quickly if he wants to give us a quick summary on it.
Okay, so this is in a way very similar to many cases we've seen involving the retroactive calendars. The first problem here, which I think is significant, is that the mayor's office claims that the mayor's office chief of staff is not an enumerated person in the ordinance, in this case, Sean Ellsburn, and therefore the statute 6729.5 just has no applicability here. I think we also should be considering, as sort of a backup, but was there a violation if there's a document request and there's no response? Was there a violation of 67.21? And so it's in a more general type of category. I guess the argument that may be made to that is that those types of calendar notes that are not sort of dictated by ordinance as to form that maybe an individual employee would have may not even come within the definition of records because they're so fleeting and temporary, and they're never intended to be permanentized. And I just refer the members to the various legal opinions that are in the record here. I'm not quite sure if exactly what what is going to be contended here, because but we do have some new information that we didn't have before the committee hearing. That's the issues. Members, anything else?
Okay, I think we're ready to hear from the parties. We'll start with Mr. Petrellis. And I've been trying to ask this at the beginning. Are you going to have any parties or witnesses to speak also, or is it just you? Can we make sure Mr. Petrellis is unmuted, Pat?
I believe we have lost him.
Hello.
Just a moment.
Hi, this is Michael Petrellis. Can I be heard?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So, Mr. Petrellis, is it just you, or do you have any parties or witnesses?
Just myself.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and start with you. Cheryl will set the clock for 5 minutes, and she'll let you know when you can begin.
Are you ready to begin, Mr. Petrellis?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, this is Michael Petrellis. Thank you for hearing my complaint about this matter. This is not the first time that the mayor's office, and especially London Breed, have withheld public documents. I contend that Sean Ellsburn, the chief of staff, creates and maintains a calendar. He is the chief of staff to the mayor, and as such, I believe he needs to make a calendar. Whether he is subject to Prop G is another matter. I have not received all of the records that I requested, and I find it quite disappointing, to put it mildly, that the mayor's office spends much time looking for these records from the city attorney that somehow absolve them of giving me the chief of staff's calendar. If the mayor's office was really committed to sunshine, they would produce these calendars and produce them within a reasonable amount of time, even if it isn't the 3 days that are required when Prop G is in effect. So I'm asking the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to rule in my favor again, and to say to the mayor's office, produce Sean Ellsburn's calendar as I requested months ago, and in the future, when I make a similar request, please do not hide behind these arguments from the city attorney's office about whether Prop G is in effect or not. And I look forward to hearing what Hank Heckel has to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Petrellis. And Mr. Heckel, you'll have 5 minutes. And just you, no one else, no witnesses or anything?
Just me.
All right, sounds good. So Cheryl will let you know when you can begin. 5 minutes.
You ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Clerk Leger. Good evening, Chair Yankee, members of the task force. I'm Hank Heckel, Legal Compliance Officer in Mayor Breed's office, here to respond to Mr. Petrellis' complaint, file number 23093. I just want to correct something right off the bat, with all due respect to Mr. Petrellis. We gave him all the calendar entries that were requested. We gave him hundreds of pages of calendar entries, chapter and verse, from Mr. Ellsburn's calendar. Mr. Ellsburn had responsive entries. Mr. Petrellis first requested this material in October of 2023, and the request was for Mr. Ellsburn's calendar entries from June 1st, 2023 through October 13th. Mr. Ellsburn does in fact keep a calendar. All of his city business related meetings more or less are in there. Now, again, we're going to put aside Prop G. Prop G does not apply to Mr. Ellsburn's. That's sort of been hashed out over the years before this task force, at least 3 times before the Ethics Commission. As Member Schmidt said, there's a memo in the file from the late City Attorney Buck Delventhal that touches on this issue. It's in the file in the sort of supplemental materials. It's kind of the second to last paragraph of this September 15th, 2016 memo from the city attorney's office that just makes clear that the mayor's chief of staff is not subject to the Prop G requirements because the chief of staff is not the mayor. It's not the department head of the mayor's office, which is the mayor, or any of the other officials that are enumerated in Prop G. And so we'll just put that out there. So all of the kind of bells and whistles that go with the Prop G requirements don't apply to Mr. Ellsburn's calendar, but nevertheless, he does have a calendar that he uses to track his city-related meetings. So there's quite a volume of material. He's very busy, as you imagine. There's actually, there's memo materials that are sometimes inserted into his calendar. There's a lot there, and there are like personal things, about his family appointments. We had to redact those out. There may be some other things withheld for attorney-client privilege or some other withholding bases. But just to clarify, and I don't think this was in dispute with Mr. Petrellis in the complaint committee on this issue. There's no dispute over records being withheld. So contrary to what Mr. Petrellis said in the intro there, nothing's being withheld. So, we rolled out the production, hundreds of pages, and I think 3 installments, and we completed the production, and so nothing is missing. And so the Prop G is just kind of a question that arose in the first hearing. I don't think it's material to this issue. Chief of Staff Ellsburn doesn't have to fulfill all those requirements, but nevertheless, the records that he does have, which constitute hundreds of pages of calendar entries, were in fact produced. And I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Heckel. Members, any questions for either party? Vice Chair Stein and then Member Kumar.
Yeah, so I just have a question for Mr. Petrellis. So I do believe in the complaint committee hearing that I asked you if you had received all of the records, and you said that you had, but it had taken until January 11. But you said something different just now, so I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that.
I believe I have spaced off on that matter, and I will stand corrected to what Hank just said about they have provided me with the records, and if the minutes from the complaint committee show that I agreed to that back in the committee hearing, then I made a mistake in what I said a few moments ago, and I correct myself.
Well, it wasn't the minutes. I'll just clarify. It's just my notes on that meeting. But okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Kumar.
This is a suggestion because these calendar cases come up quite often, and even the last time I think when Mr. Heckel came, I had a chat with him about how to record on calendars. I would personally say there needs to be a system in place in government where you have you record some data on a calendar that can be easily given to the public, instead of recording all the information on the calendar, then printing it out, then redacting it, and then doing it again. Like, it's just unnecessarily complex, and this process can be simplified if you can just record, basic information wherever you record it. I don't know if you use Microsoft or Google, but just something that to keep in mind for maybe future cases, because this keeps coming up. The calendar keeps coming up in a lot of the meetings.
Just to comment on that, Member Kumar, And I think that gets to some of the underlying question on this one, whether or not it was a Prop G calendar or not. I think you're absolutely right. For Prop G calendars, there needs to be a system because knowing that needs to be disclosed within 3 days. I think the underlying question here is whether or not Mr. Ellsburn, as the chief of staff, is actually covered by Prop G, or would it just be like anyone's Outlook calendar, like your Outlook or my Outlook. Obviously, I don't keep I'm a public employee. I don't keep mine as if someone's going to, the next day request it and turn it over. Prop G, absolutely. Those need to be turned over within 3 days. And so I think that this one may differ than the other ones we've heard here.
Yeah.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Member Wolf.
What you said. What you said.
Yeah, I just to that point though, has anybody asked if the job code that applies to that position is a department head description or not?
It's not.
That would be the determining factor.
Vice Chair Stein?
I'm not sure about the job code, but we did look at the wording in the complaint committee of that job description, and it definitely doesn't talk about him being or that position being a department head. It's the job description is written, it's almost like an executive assistant.
I don't know if our DCA could comment on this. I think I'd asked you if you could look into that question.
In Mr. Ellsburn's defense, I think it's a little more than an executive assistant.
Well, a little more, but it to me, it tracked closer to.
Right, in terms of responsibility department-wide. Yeah.
So I think there's an issue with defining what a
Hold on, is the mic on? Cheryl?
department head is.
Very good.
So I would suggest looking at Charter Code Section 4.126 and Admin Code 2A.30. Those both define the roles and responsibilities of a department head. So I think that'll help clarify any questions that come up in regard to what a department head is or what a department head's responsibilities are.
Yeah. I'll just add it.
That doesn't answer my question.
It's mayoral staff 17, right? Is the actual position. And
The actual
it serves as a manager in the office of mayor.
Like an 0804 or something, whatever it is. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Heckles here, but could you tell us what Mr. Ellsburn's official civil service job code is or title?
I don't know. I'm sorry, but he is most certainly not the department head because the mayor is the department head and you can't have more than one department head in a department.
It's in the 0800 series. It's an 0804, 0884, 0871, or whatever. It's one of those two. Something in there.
It's 09, actually.
I know the department heads would be 0961 to 0965. It is not a department head series. It's a mayoral staff series. And if it's the mayoral staff 17, then it's whatever that one is.
I'm looking at it right now. It says mayor staff 0901, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on.
All right.
Okay, any other questions or should we move to rebuttals? Not seeing any hands. Let's go ahead and move to rebuttals on this. So Mr. Heck will have 3 minutes if he wants to, and then followed by Mr. Petrels for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Yankee. I don't really have much else to add. It seems I would thank Mr. Petrellis for clarifying on the record that there's no dispute over records being withheld. We did provide the hundreds of pages of calendar entries from Chief of Staff Ellsburn. And again, the Prop G issue doesn't seem relevant here. And so we believe that we've satisfied the request and don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Petrellis, you'll have 3 minutes when Cheryl lets you know you can begin.
Okay.
Ready, Cheryl? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Petrellis.
Are you ready, sir?
Hi. Yes, I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Michael Petrellis again. I find it so troubling that the chief executive officer of the city does not have in place a mechanism for her chief of staff to be prepared for a public records request for the chief of staff's calendar. This is not the first time I have brought a complaint like this before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And listening to Hank just now, I did not get the sense that there is a method in place for when I file the next public records request for Sean Ellsburn's calendar, that they're going to be able to produce it in regular time that it's called for under the Sunshine Laws. We really need the mayor to instruct her staff, everyone on her staff, to create calendars. As they are creating the calendars, to be thinking, how can I comply with all of the applicable Sunshine Laws? Do not wait until the request comes in to then redact a personal phone number or a personal email address. Redact that as you're creating the calendar because either I'm going to come along or someone else is going to file a request for those calendars. It is very important that the mayor take responsibility in this case. And I want to say again on the record, I do not think these issues are the problems resting with Hank. The problems rest with the mayor. That's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Petrellis. All right, members, it's time to deliberate and come up with a motion on this one. Member Pilpo?
I think I'm prepared to make a motion, but before I do that, just a couple of quick thoughts. First of all, I am always happy to read or reread memos from Buck Delventhal, David Greenberg, et cetera. It warms a special place in me to remember Buck. And David Greenberg is still alive and well, last I heard. So that's good. I think it is pretty clear that Prop G does not apply to Sean Ellsburn. We've been over this with regard to Mr. Ellsburn. We've been over this with regard to Steve Cava. This is not, that part is not new territory. What was related by Mr. Heckel, and I believe Mr. Petrellis agreed, is that there were hundreds of pages that they were that it required time to review and redact and disclose. That happened in 3 tranches. That Mr. Petrellis was kept up to date as that process was happening. I'm sorry to Michael if you're hearing me directly. I disagree with you on this one. I don't think every single city employee should have to maintain a calendar. The law does not require that. And to the extent that they do, if there's a records request made, then it's up to the department to take that request to properly review for exemptions, to redact and to disclose. And that's exactly what happened here. So you might, Mr. Petrellis, you might want to do it differently. You might run for mayor. I think you've done that before. You might organize the office differently, but the way this mayor does it, in fact, complies with the law, and the records were provided to you. So I think where I end up here after not much debate or discussion and analysis is to find no violation, and I so move.
Okay, so we have a motion by Member Pilpo to find no violation. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Member Kumar. Any discussion on that motion, members? Vice Chair Stein?
Say the only question in my mind is that there's like a 5-week period before any documents are released, which seems like potentially a timeliness violation. So although he was kept up to date. So that's my quandary.
I also have a similar, just a sibling question to that. Basically, the argument by Mr. Pilpel is that This isn't a record that's required to be kept essentially. So my question is it because it was kept and was requested, is it a public record that has to fall under a certain time frame to be released?
Well, Mr. Heckles here, maybe he can speak to why the first batch took, I think it was what you said, Vice President, 5 weeks to produce the first batch, when typically, I mean, if we're not counting as a a Prop G caliber, just a general public record, that typically there needs to be disclosure within 10 days. Even if you were to argue there's a 14-day extension, that still is 5 weeks would be beyond all that. So maybe you could speak to that.
Yes, I believe we did take the 14-day extension here. Just as I said, there were over 700 pages of responsive entries in total. So we kind of batched it out in 3 tranches, and it just sort of did take some time to get our arms around that, the initial batch and go through it and make redactions. As I said, it's the calendar, but there is other material in it besides just sort of the logistical information about the meeting. Sometimes memos are just pasted in if they're relevant to the meeting. There's agenda items. There's some things that might that are privileged or otherwise withholdable. So I guess we could have batched it out maybe in smaller batches sooner, but we got that first batch of probably 200 or so pages out in about a month or a little more than that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huckle. I kind of am personally along the lines of both the Vice Chair Stein and Member Sugarman, where I think overall maybe it was kind of a timely. I think there should have been something perhaps within the first allotment of time that the Sunshine Ordinance says there needs to be, even if it was a small batch. At least it's, even if you take the 10 days plus a 14-day extension, I'm kind of surprised that nothing could be produced within 24 days. And I understand it probably wasn't all going to get within there, but I think something needed to potentially be there. But Member Wolf, did you have comments? I hear you echoing.
Yeah, I did. What 14-day extension? The ordinance does not provide it. The enhancement of the ordinance removes the 14-day extension. It's only 10 days. That's the way we've been interpreting it and applying it for a very long time.
In either scenario, there still wasn't a production, I think. So we don't even have to argue that point one way or the other. It wasn't any within 10 days or within 24 days. So I think it was, 5 weeks. Any other thoughts? There's still a motion on the floor. So should we move to public comment on that? Let's go ahead and do that. Let's move to public comment on that motion to find no violation.
If there are any members of the online community who would like to speak on item 10, file number 23093, please raise your hand using the app or press *3 on your phone. Chair Yankee, we have no one in the queue.
Okay, and I don't see anyone here in the room at the podium. So we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I think we can move to a vote on Member Pilpel.
To Mr. Heckle, I can't see you from here. I guess my suggestion to you, regardless of how the vote goes, in the future, when you get a request from Mr. Petrellis or from anyone else, frankly, where you're invoking the extension and where it appears that there's a big chunk of stuff and it's going to take time to review, redact, and disclose, I would encourage you to communicate with the requester, make that clear, and give them an opportunity to narrow or prioritize. And if they want to say, I'm really interested in the first week in November and the other stuff I can wait on, that you would prioritize that production. My view is still that you complied in the narrow here, but I get the points that it could have been done perhaps better and differently. So that's my advice.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Member Pilpel. That's good practice for sure.
All right, thanks.
Okay, go ahead and call the roll on that motion.
Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Sugarman?
No.
Member Sugarman, no. Member Wolf?
No.
Member Wolf, no. Member Highland?
No.
Member Highland, no. Member Schmidt?
No.
Member Schmidt, no. Member LaHood?
No.
Member LaHood, no. Vice Chair Stein?
No.
Vice Chair Stein, no. Chair Yankee?
No.
Chair Yankee, no. 7 noes, 2 in favor, 1 absent.
Okay, so that motion fails. Members, do we have another motion?
I mean, I can make a motion I move to find a violation of 6721B for not providing any records within 10 days. I'm just wondering if I should also add that in that motion that Prop G does not apply here, just for the record.
Yeah, sure, you can do that.
I feel like it would be good to.
I think it was helpful when the complaint committee had those robust motions.
Yeah, and that Prop G does not apply in this case.
Okay, so Vice Chair Stein moved to find a violation for 6721B for not producing any records within 10 days and to find that Prop G does not apply. The Prop G calendar does not apply to this matter. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Member Wolf. I don't see any hands, so I think we'll move right to public comment on that particular motion, if there is any.
Any members of the public wishing to speak on this second motion? In item 10, file 23093, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. No callers in the queue.
Okay, and seeing no one at the podium, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this. And Cheryl, if you could call the roll.
Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Pilpel?
No.
Member Pilpel, no. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3. 8 in favor, 1 absent, 1 no.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Heckel. Thank you, Mr. Petrellis. So we working through this. I think we came to a good spot. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to item number
Thank you, Mr. Petrellis.
11 we're on now.
Item number 11?
11, yeah.
Item number 11, file number 23053, complaint filed by Sergei Zveranov against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721B as in boy by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. On August 15, 2023, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, the records are public, and referred the matter to the full task force with the recommendation for a violation of Administrative Code Section 6721.
Okay, and let's see, do we have the parties available for this hearing? If anyone for this hearing is available in person, please come up to the podium. And let's check, Pat, the callers to see if we have either Mr. Severinoff or Lieutenant. I'm assuming this is still Lieutenant Beauchamp.
We have Lieutenant Beauchamp. He's been moved to a panelist. We have no hands raised. Caller, if you are here for item 11, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. Press *3.
Ms. Peterson, please check the chat.
We do not use the chats, Member Wolf.
I know this is Member Wolf, but it has to do with the petitioner for this item.
Member Wolf.
Chair Yankee, yeah.
Can you read? Can someone read then whatever it is that has to do with this petitioner into the record so that it's
It's from Mr. Severinoff. It says, "I'm sorry, I have to leave the meeting because of health issue. I want to state that I have not received any records from SFPD since May 1st, 2024, in which SOTF has ordered SFPD to make disclosure. So I still have not received responsive records. Period."
Okay, so it sounds like at some point Mr. Severinoff had attended and left we'll say a message for our administrator, albeit in the chat, not directly, that he needed to leave. So members, how did we want to handle this one?
We do not have an email from him.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question to Lieutenant Beauchamp? Is this duplicative of a different request from Mr. Sverinoff that we've either already dealt with or have been dealing with, or is this a completely different set of requests?
Sir, I believe this is duplicative of file number 22020.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And to that point, we have sent responsive records to Mr. Sverinoff. Oh, do you want me to continue speaking?
Yeah, I suspect you were about to say more than once.
Yes, on May.
That's fine.
12th, 17th, 30th, August 8th, August 15th, March
Like I said.
1st.
Yeah.
And yes.
All of the above. Okay. So that being the case, is a motion to close pursuant to complaint procedure 7B appropriate? And is this then a matter that we can deal with in the context of that other complaint if it's still live and kicking?
We could. Do we know the status of that complaint?
We may well have closed it. Was that 22020?
22020?
One moment, please.
I'd be more concerned if this was a new one, but I think it's pretty duplicative. That's why
I apologize. I would have to remote in. I can't look it up. I thought I had it up, and I can do that. I can get back to you in just a moment.
I can do that. What was that file?
Thank you, Victor.
22020, I think it was.
Is that correct?
One moment.
I thought as if that is still open and still somewhere in CAC, then we maybe don't necessarily close the file, but we move this one over to be considered for consolidation with that file, just so it's all together.
Okay.
I would agree. This had sort of a deja vu kind of feeling reading through the file again here.
Yeah, that's where I was too.
Or Lieutenant Beauchamp, if you happen to recall where we were on that one.
So the last contact I have on that was March 4th of this year. I sent an email to SOTF and Ms. Leisure along with Mr. Sverinoff via our GovQA with the requested reports and link to the body-worn camera that he had made. And our internal records show that he accessed that record on our GovQA portal March 1st, March 5th, and April 13th.
But we had already ruled on that, issued an order, held a follow-up hearing or something, right?
It appears on March 6th, Ms. Ledger sent an email to myself, Ms. LaHood, and Mr. Severinoff, thanking me for my efforts and asking Chair LaHood if you should now close the complaint.
So it looks like CAC heard
listed
this.
as a matter being closed. 22020.
Okay, it is closed. Since CAC is somewhat familiar with that file,
Do you want us to take this one?
I was wondering if we just refer it over, and then if you think it looks the same, you can just close it there. As when someone,
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
you think it'd be fine? Okay, then I'll move then to refer 23053 to CAC to investigate potential consolidation and closure.
Yeah, and I would say, so Ms. Leger, it could, since if we could add this to our next agenda, because I think it's something we can hopefully wrap up quickly.
But I do need a second to that motion.
Oh, I'll second it.
Okay, so she'll second it.
Comment?
Yep, let's go ahead and move to public comment. Not seen any hands from members.
Members of the online community who'd like to speak on item 11, file number 23053, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. See no one here at the podium. And Cheryl, if you could call the roll on that motion.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye, sorry.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 1 absent and 9 in favor.
Okay, great. Thank you again, Lieutenant Beauchamp, for your update on that one. But it looks like you're here for the next one too. So let's move on to item number 12.
Item number 12, file number 23086. Complaint filed by Mike Spencer against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and or complete manner. On October 24, 2023, the Compliance and Amendments Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction in the records of public and referred the matter to the task force with no recommendation.
Okay, do we have Mr. Spencer? Oh, thank you for joining us in person. Go ahead and come up to the podium. And then is Lieutenant Beauchamp still on the line, Pat?
Yes, he is still a panelist.
Okay, and Lieutenant Beauchamp, you're going to speak to this matter as well, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And did either of you have any other witnesses or parties who are going to be testifying, or is it just both of you?
No, just me.
Just you and Lieutenant Beauchamp, just you?
Just me.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll start with you, Mr. Spencer. You'll have 5 minutes, and then we'll go to Lieutenant Beauchamp with the police department. So Cheryl will set the clock and then let you know when you can begin.
You ready to begin?
I am.
Oh, wait, I'm going to stop you real fast. We usually get an update from the committee this went to, and this went to CAC.
Yes,
So
my
give me a quick
update is, part of the reason we didn't, so we found that we had jurisdiction and that the records are public. The police department did not send a representative, which is part of the reason we sent it to the full task force with no recommendation, because we didn't feel as though we had heard both sides, but it's why it's here.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so based on that, apologize for stopping you at the last minute there. Cheryl will let you know when you can begin.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm here to test the Sunshine Ordinance as it applies to police records. Which law has the power, the California Government Code or the SF Sunshine Ordinance? I have two basic questions. Do police get to hide their mistakes forever? And does the public deserve to know how an investigation falls apart? Gary Murphy, a nonviolent convicted felon, died in the starkest terror on June 12, 1998, at the halfway house he managed on Quintero Avenue. A man started shooting him in the back after the man had asked him to get a business card for the facility. Murphy tried to escape by running and jumping out a plate glass window. He was pronounced dead at the scene. The gunman fled in a waiting car driven by an accomplice. When he died, Murphy had been clean and sober for a year. He had a goal: custody of his 6-year-old daughter whose mother had died of a methadone overdose. He battled the little girl's grandmother for custody of his daughter. 3 months prior to his murder, I had done some brief surveillance on Murphy, though I did not know he was at the halfway house. The grandmother had hired me to help her win custody in her case against Murphy. She hated Murphy. A partner and I fired her for her temper and volatility. Police have now had almost 26 years to make an arrest or charge a suspect. This is not an active and ongoing investigation, as police will claim. No arrests will ever be made. The DA had a chance to charge the gunman in 2014, but claimed falsely that it was a one-witness case. Section 6724D, law enforcement of the Sunshine Ordinance, states that when a decision has been made not to prosecute an individual, that all records shall be released. Here is the case chronology and why it's not an open and ongoing case. Within 24 hours after the murder, police had at least 4 witnesses. I know this from a memo police did release. One witness, who was at the murder scene, said he could ID the gunman from a photo lineup. A second witness saw a man fleeing into a bluish-gray car. A third witness had seen the same car casing the scene the previous day. Perhaps most significant, a fourth witness told police that he knew the name of the gunman and the getaway driver. The witness claimed one of the suspects wanted a ride from him into San Francisco that day, telling him that a woman had paid $12,000 cash to one of the gunmen to beat someone up at the halfway house, but, quote, it had gone wrong. This fourth witness was even given gunshot residue tests at the scene. 3 weeks later, police had the name of the grandmother who had likely hired the 2 ex-San Quentin inmates. I know this because the woman was the grandmother, my former client. My partner and I gave extensive recorded statements to homicide investigators. Maybe had San Francisco police been more proactive at the time, a heinous case in the East Bay would have been prevented. A week after Murphy was murdered, a fake delivery man broke into a pregnant Piedmont mother's house and sexually assaulted her while her children were downstairs. The main suspect was a driver in the Murphy case, and his likely accomplice in the Piedmont case was the Murphy gunman. I know this, by the way, from looking at Alameda County search warrants. Police never went to the public for assistance in the Murphy case. In October 1988, San Francisco police with Alameda County DA's investigators served a warrant in Oakland at the Murphy gunman's house. They seized the gun, ammunition, and other items. Still, no one was arrested for the Murphy hit. The Piedmont woman's attacker was prosecuted for that case, and the possible Murphy gunman was charged with being a felon in possession of a gun. In 2004, the Bay Guardian did an article on the case. Police did not comment. So in about 2014, San Francisco detective Wincoop tried to make a case in Murphy, but found the former detectives had lost phone records and didn't maintain written files or case notes. Wincoop just found old interview tapes. Nonetheless, he prepared a prosecution packet as the Murphy gunman was about to be released from prison. The DA declined to charge the gunman in 2014, erroneously calling it a one-witness case. And that's just false. There were multiple witnesses. So Murphy's daughter and family have been kept in the dark long enough. The public deserves to have all the records.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spencer. And it'll be 5 minutes for Lieutenant Beauchamp. So Cheryl, when you reset the clock, please let Lieutenant Beauchamp know when he can begin.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Good evening, task force members. In regards to this complaint, I received the agenda item on May 30th. I've since reached out to our homicide detail and requested that they provide me the case file so that I can research the underlying issue at hand, which is referenced in 6724D, which is whether or not the district attorney actually declined in its entirety to prosecute this case. In speaking with the homicide investigator, there are synopses of the files at their main location, but the entire file was stored at a separate location. So I made the request, and in reviewing the notes from the respondent and from myself, I don't see any specific documents from the DA's office saying that they fully declined. So until the point where I can definitively say on San Francisco Police Department's behalf that this case is no longer being actively investigated and was declined by the district attorney's office, we will still claim the exemption under 67.24D.
Okay, does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Members, if you have questions? Or Popel, do you have?
So I believe I recall this matter from the CAC meeting back in October, which seems like a long time ago. But I'm sure this murder was even more of a long time ago. To Lieutenant Beauchamp, I think I've got two specific questions. In our file for today on page 19, there's a Crime Information Services Unit. I don't know what this is. I guess a transmittal letter. Oh, and this might even be somebody I know, prepared by G. Miranda. Is that possibly Janina Miranda?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I know Ms. Miranda from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. In any event, is this transmittal suggesting that in response to a Crime Information Services Unit request at the time, 5 years ago now, that the police department was unable to locate whatever information was requested related to this homicide report because the file had been purged or destroyed? Am I reading that correctly?
I can't speculate, but having been in that unit when Miss Miranda was in that unit as well, I believe CISU was referring specifically to the police report itself, especially given the date of the incident, 1997.
Well, it refers to the homicide report. Is that different from a police report?
So the homicide report would be separate and different than the case file, which would contain a police report.
Okay. Then let me digress for a second. To Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
is it the case report? Is it the homicide report? Is it basically anything connected to this matter that you're looking for?
I have asked for everything that I don't have.
Okay.
Chronologies, interview summaries. I think one of my requests about 3 years ago by my assistant was rather detailed in what we were looking for.
Okay. So anything related to this matter.
Correct.
That's that exists. If it doesn't exist, they may not be able to produce it. That's a whole different thing. But if it does exist, that's what you're looking for. I
Correct.
get that. Thank you. Okay. So back to Lieutenant Beauchamp on page 18, where where it was highlighted in 67.24D. And I may have asked this at the committee and I don't recall what the answer was. How does the police department relate to the district attorney or the court to determine that a prosecution will not be sought so that you might disclose the records that may be at issue here? I mean, how do you operationalize the sentence that's highlighted or in bold there?
Of course. I can speak to current records, and then it becomes theoretical as we go back to that point in time. I believe I was in high school in 1997.
Okay.
So currently, when a case is submitted to the district attorney, whether it be in a rebooking packet or in the case of a warrant packet, the district attorney will provide either electronically or in handwriting or printed format a declination letter stating that if they choose not to pursue the case, they will provide the reasons why and the specific court number, case number, so on and so forth.
Okay.
I do know that in prior years, especially as you go back further, there were instances where, because the DA's office and the San Francisco Police Department were both at 850, and there were certain cases where cases were described and discussed over the phone or in person. And at that point, it would be incumbent upon the inspector if they did receive a verbal declination from the district attorney, to highlight that information in their chronological.
So make a note of it in the file. Okay.
Make a note of it and potentially write what we would call a case closure report, which would be
Okay.
a 1 or 2 line report saying that they spoke to a specific DA or a specific judge stating that the warrant packet or the rebooking packet was declined for any variety of reasons.
Okay. So there should be a record made one way or the other. Are those records, to your knowledge, kept forever?
Depending upon the case. In this case, because homicide files are maintained for approximately 100 years, give or take, if they are still open unsolved.
Pretty close to forever, but okay.
Pretty close.
Okay. So given all of that, I'm just having trouble with this. The file has been purged or destroyed. Would it seem likely that there are, is it true or likely that there are still records extant related to this matter, but you still haven't come to a conclusion on the most recent request from Mr. Spencer as to whether or not you can disclose them? Is that where we are?
So I would say the letter from Miss Miranda, because of the position that she was in at CISU, was solely speaking to the existence of the initial police report.
To one specific report, but there's a broader...
One specific document, not the entirety of the file, not the entirety of the homicide file itself, because there are a number of documents that are produced after an incident report is made that are never attached to that report in our report tracking system.
Fair enough. Okay. So I guess part of where I'm going with this is if Mr. Spencer and his associate made requests over a period of time going back to 2022, 2023, in reference to prior requests, should not the police department have coordinated with the DA and determined earlier than now whether or not the matter was closed and that you could disclose the records? I mean, how long should it take to get that answer? And if the answer is it's still open, then don't you need to communicate that? And if the answer is it's closed, then don't you need to go and disclose whatever closed case records are available and subject to such disclosure? Why is this one taking this long, or do they all take this long?
So my reading of the kind of chronological of this request was that Mr. Spencer started with reaching out to the district attorney's office, who, because they are a separate city agency, wouldn't necessarily notify us of any PRA requests or records requests on their end. And then it appears that it wasn't until 2022 that we received requests from Mr. Spencer. So at that time, it appears that during our research, certain items were excluded for Kletz and Corey information. And at the time, it appeared that, at least in our letter dated October 10th, 2023, we were stated that our response from March 8th of 2022 was the homicide unit, which would be our point of contact for these cases, declined to releasing it, saying that it was an investigative file. I have since followed up with them because in the interim, there have been roughly 3 or 4 separate lieutenants in charge of the legal division.
Yep.
So I have spoken with I believe there have probably been that many lieutenants over the homicide division as well.
Yep.
To fully investigate this case. And I will, according to that homicide OIC, Lieutenant Sanders, be able to have that file scanned in tomorrow. And I should have it reviewed no later than next week at the latest. And I should be able to provide responsive records if they are capable to be responsive or released within end of month. If there are no records showing that the DA declined to prosecute in this case, then I'm happy to come back to the task force and show the specific instances where the DA failed to refuse prosecution or where The DA is still showing the cases open and active.
Okay, I think you lost me in the details there somewhere. Again, where I'm going is, should this process that you just described take this long? I understand what you're saying about doing stuff tomorrow and doing stuff by the end of the month and yada, yada. If the most recent request was as late as October and as early as 2022 or other dates, should it take this long to do the things that you described, whatever those were?
So I can't state what my predecessors knew or did. I can go based upon the information that I have, which was at the time they reached out to Homicide, who at that time claimed the exemption that it was an investigative file, that it was still open and active. I can do what I can do, which is specifically and in person review the file to determine whether or not the one document that everyone has interest in, which is whether or not the police department presented the case to the district attorney and the district attorney declined to prosecute, to determine if it exists or doesn't exist.
Okay.
Up until this point, the police department has stated that it is still an open active investigation. I'm personally going to determine whether or not that file states that information.
I'll defer to Vice Chair Stein and come back.
Okay.
Yeah, hi, this is Vice Chair Stein. So I have a follow-up question for the respondent. You've asked, I guess, I mean, I'm not entirely clear on this, but you've asked to see whether there's documentation of whether there was a decision to decline prosecution. Do you know at this moment whether these records exist or whether they were destroyed? Just the overall records, not just this statement about declining to prosecute.
My understanding, in speaking with Lieutenant Sanders, is there is a case file. What that case file contains, I can't speak to specifically.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question for the petitioner, which is that you say you were provided a memo on August 28th, 2019, saying that the SFDA was declining to press charges. I didn't see it, however, in your submissions.
I thought I had included it in this initial sort of process. And if I could just say one thing, I think it'll kind of clear up this whole, does the DA have something or doesn't they have something, if I may?
Well, I just want to finish this question, which is, do you still have a copy of this memo showing that the DA declined to press charges?
I don't have it on my person, but it's easy enough for me to email tomorrow. Yes, I do have it.
Okay, that was my question. If you want to clarify something, you
Yeah,
can.
so I have had a companion case with this, which basically was asking district attorney for records in the same case. Sometimes agencies maintain, separate case files, and I just wanted to be thorough. And when the DA was here 6 months ago, she swore up and down, we have nothing. I have no records of it. We've searched. There's no emails. There's no nothing. So the best thing we have to go on is that Wincoop memo stating this case ran up the chain of command and SFDA Diana Garcia declined to prosecute. And that's a big distinction between no one was ever charged and someone declining to prosecute, because that's, according to retired Inspector Wincoop, Diana Garcia declined to charge anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like a critical piece of documentation that I would have liked to have seen in the file, but yeah.
Member Kumar, go ahead.
I'm a bit confused, so I just wanted to clarify. So, in 2019, was it reported did the police department admit that the record had been destroyed? And now they're saying that the record is available? Because that's what I see in the documentation. I see in the documentation, Angela Rowan reported that she had made a call to SF Police Chief's office, and it was reported that the file was destroyed.
I have not received, I look at this material pretty often. I don't ever recall seeing anything. The DA said they can't find anything, but I never recall the police saying, anything was destroyed.
Can I get a comment from the police department about this?
It's so again, speaking to that particular page from May 30th, 2019 from Miss Miranda.
Yeah.
So perhaps to give a bit context, San Francisco Police Department maintains its records amongst different units. So our Crime Information Services Unit, CISU, their primary duty is maintaining police reports and police reports only. So when she I can't say 100% certainty, but based upon having worked in that unit, she, in providing this document, is stating that our records division was unable to locate the police report due to the fact that it was either purged or destroyed. Because back in 1997, police reports were handwritten and were kept in physical format. And in the subsequent years, the police department has done its best to go back and retrieve police reports and place them into a digital database. But there did come a point where physical storage limitations prevented the police department from maintaining records of police reports by themselves at a certain period of time. I can't speak to exactly when that date was.
One second. Lieutenant Beauchamp, just, I don't want to get too far off topic, but just kind of and not that this is really the point of the case, but 6721C does kind of say that you need to assist people in finding records. And so if there's confusing responses that are like, well, hey, this division doesn't have it, but maybe another one does, but doesn't allude to where they can go get that seems kind of problematic to me, because I'm with Member Kumar and Member Pilpel. This kind of looks like it doesn't exist, but to say, well, maybe it's just not this division, maybe someone else has it. I'm not getting that from that response, but go ahead and continue, Member Kumar.
My last question was, does this record exist or does it not exist? I just want clarity on that.
You mean the record referred to in that document about the police report?
Yeah, whatever the petitioner is asking for, does it exist or does it not exist?
I haven't put physical eyes on it, so I can't say with 100% certainty. Having been an investigator, I would stake good money over bad that a police report would be within a case file of an investigator.
So it sounds like by itself, the specific police report or incident report may or may not have been found, but it may be in the larger file that he's going to scan tomorrow and that they're not sure they can release. So we can either, at the end of the day, we can continue the case, we can find a violation, we can find no violation, we can ask them to do stuff. It sounds like they're doing stuff. I guess I'm at sort of the broader issue between this and other cases involving the police that we've seen recently. To Lieutenant Beauchamp, if somebody has an interest in what I would describe as an old case, like not in the last week, not in the last month, not in the last year, but something from 20 years ago, from 50 years ago, from 75 years ago, how much description does the person need to give, and how diligent are you and your colleagues in tracking down and disclosing as much as you can of old case files, and where you can't for a good reason, are you articulating that good reason for non-disclosure? That's kind of the broad thing. Maybe I know it's a little more than the specific case, but if you could address that in part, that would be great.
Sure. Speaking to the time that I've been in charge of the unit, I've ensured that members under me who, when they are drafting responses to requesters, if it is, and this is typically the case, requests are all records revolving or regarding a name or a specific address, I will have our legal assistants reach back out and try to clarify if that is a request for criminal records, incident reports, CAD reports, et cetera, so on and so forth, and provide in as much detail as possible locations of where individuals can obtain the records that we don't maintain. And then I do have our unit reach out to the closest investigative analog. If you go back 50 plus years ago, there are units that don't exist because of a variety of reasons, whose duties got either folded into or perhaps eliminated. So we'll reach out to the closest analog to see if they still maintain records.
The horse-drawn carriage division, for example.
Well, I mean, there are certain unsavory
Anyway,
divisions in the
yes,
fiscal police
yes.
department that no longer are in existence. But by and large, with the exception of homicide records, most police records don't date back much more than 30 years maximum. So a lot of times when we reach out, a lot of our units will say, you know, those records no longer exist.
Okay. To Mr. Spencer, very specifically, what is it that you would hope that we could do for you tonight? Is it to find a violation? Is it to ask them to keep working on it? Is it to give him tomorrow to do whatever he's going to do? What would help you here?
Well, this is a search for the truth. You know, Murphy's daughter is now 31 and 32. She has never heard why a case hasn't been made. So I think what I would like is, we know from the memo, Detective Wincoop went to the DA's office, Diana Garcia, with a prosecution packet. And that would lay out, you know, the reasons why he thinks a prosecution can be made. So where is the prosecution packet? And then Wincoop also referenced him doing a supplemental report. And then lastly, yeah, I'd like to see the entire case file. If, you know, written notes don't exist, well, how about, you know, interviews of witnesses and those materials? That's what I want.
Okay. You sort of answered my question. Thank you.
I have just a real quick question, just to kind of piggyback on the question you were asking, Member Pilpel, to Lieutenant Beauchamp. I guess that, you know, we've seen several of these cases now, and I think there's even more queued up, where people are asking questions about getting records for old files, you know, like decades old files. Right? We have the Zebra one that's been outstanding. We have this one. I think there's another one. I think the Zodiac one, in fact, is coming up, right? And so we know under this part of the Sunshine Ordinance that there's a question about whether or not the district attorney is or is not going to seek a prosecution. So I don't see why at this point there's not some type of like single form you can transmit to the DA's office that says, we've received a Public Records Act request for these materials. Does the district attorney object to us releasing these based on a pending prosecution? They check a box and send it back to you, and it's done. I mean, it just seems like a one-day thing, and then you say, look, this is the proof that the DA objects, or this is the proof that, but we seem to be like guessing whether or not the DA is going to do it or not. Why not just have an automated process and ask them?
To that point, having reached out to other city agencies, I have found we receive very little assistance when it comes to requesting that another agency make a determination for us.
Well, I mean, but it's not whether or not they're making a determination for you. It's whether or not they're determining that a prosecution will not be sought. That's their own decision. So all you have to do is ask the DA, are you seeking a prosecution? Yes or no? If they say yes, then you can't release them. If they say no, well, then there's no process. I just don't understand why this is so convoluted.
Well, to the point of, to put a point on it specifically, most of the cases that we're speaking about, this one in particular, revolve around homicides. As far as my understanding of statute of limitations, homicide statute of limitations never go away. And the whole reason for a cold case unit within the San Francisco Police Department, or any police department, is to research cases that are years, decades old and still have not been solved. So the DA is actually outside of the investigatory process until the police department brings information to it to make a determination about whether or not they wish to close out the case. In some cases, a case can be closed out without involving the district attorney. So that, on those ends, it does become a police department issue about determining whether or not the case is still open. But when there are open cases where we haven't been able to close it for exceptional reasons, you know, the prime suspect has died, the request of the victim to close out the case, we have to maintain those case files as open and cold But we can't ask the DA, well, if we were able to provide you with 100% DNA hit on one of these cases, would you decide to prosecute it or not? They only go on the facts that we have, and sometimes the facts that we have are never able to bring it to the district attorney for a declination. So
Okay.
if I was to jump in the investigative,
I get you. I get you. I have a few other questions here for you. So I'm going to turn over to Member Schmidt and Member Kumar.
Yeah, Lieutenant Beauchamp, first I'll ask, are you the person most knowledgeable at this time about the processing of this public records request from Mr. Spencer, the person most knowledgeable within the police department?
regarding this homicide case?
No. With regards to the request made by Mr. Spencer, the status of the request.
For public records request, I am the person most knowledgeable.
Okay. And I want to ask you a very similar question, which is, who is the person most knowledgeable at this time about the status of the file that's being sought by this request?
Lieutenant Kelvin Sanders, the officer in charge of the homicide unit.
Kelvin Sanders. Okay, so that's the person who you went to find out anything you need to find out about this file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Switching gears just for one other set of questions. This statement about, we referred a few minutes ago, this file has been purged or destroyed in conformance with the SFPD record destruction schedule. I just want to ask about that. Are you familiar with the record destruction schedule?
I have a knowledge of it. I can't say chapter and verse.
Okay. Do you know if there's any provision of the record destruction schedule that requires someone at the police department to contact the DA to find out if crimes that have not been charged yet, if the DA is ready to destroy the records relevant to those crimes? Is there any provision in the SFPD record destruction schedule that allows the DA to know when records are set to be destroyed?
I'm unaware of any reference of an outside city agency in our records destruction manual.
Okay, thank you. No further.
Okay, Member Kumar.
I don't want to get too much into the nitty-gritties of the ordinance, but I'm seeing two sections here that I find very interesting to this case. Section 67.29(1) and 67.29(2). 67.29(1) states that records should survive transition of officials, and they are the property of the city and county of San Francisco. Originals should be maintained consistent with records retention policies. Now, the records retention policy says that the documents should be maintained for 2 years. After that, what 67.29 is interesting is that it says that every department should maintain on a worldwide website publicly available information. So if we are assuming that this document, it's from 1997, it was destroyed in 1999. If it's a publicly available information, it should have been on a worldwide website. So it should be publicly available. So I wanted to know why if we are going exactly by the ordinance, this file should be digitally available. I'm actually surprised that we are doing all this back and forth for this file. If it's supposed to be, if it's public, it should be available, at least for the police department on a worldwide website. Even if it's an old site, we can get it from the archives, but that's pretty much what I wanted to add.
Was that a question or just?
Yeah, just an observation from the ordinance that what we're saying about the destruction of the documents is if it was destroyed after 2 years, according to the ordinance, there should be a worldwide website if it's a publicly available document. And since that the DA has not really closed this, it's a publicly available document. I think that's something we have come to agree in the task force. So my question is, why is there so much back and forth about where is the document? Why is it not available? According to the ordinance, it should have been on a worldwide website. It should have been digitally recorded.
Okay. There's more for us to think about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else for the parties, or should we move to rebuttals at this point?
No, I'm just saying that I see a violation.
Oh, okay. We're not in deliberations yet, so this is just, I just want to make sure we wrap up this part, and then we'll get to that part. So I don't see any other hands, so I think we're ready to move to rebuttals. So Lieutenant Beauchamp will get 3 minutes, followed by Mr. Spencer for 3 minutes.
Mr. Beauchamp, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I believe the sole issue at hand, task force members, is determining whether or not the district attorney has declined to prosecute this case. As soon as we're able to make that determination, I'm happy to make one of two decisions at that point. If they have declined, then I'm happy to review the documents and release whatever is publicly releasable. If the district attorney has not declined prosecution in this case, then the police department will do its best in providing what documentation we can, but majority of the request from the requester would not be able to be disclosed per 6724D. Speaking to Ms. Kumar's point, I'm unaware if the San Francisco Police Department even had a website in 1997, let alone 1999. I came into the department in 2007. I didn't receive a department-wide email address until the 2010s to speak to that point. Beyond that, the police department submits.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Beauchamp. And Mr. Spencer.
Tell me when to begin.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, so again, I'm sort of beating the dead horse, but we know, sort of going by best evidence, the evidence we have is the 2014 Wincoop memo, where he lays out the case and he brings it to Diana Garcia, the DA, and the DA tells him, "I'm not going to prosecute on a one witness case." Now we know that's not true. Then again, the mystery of this case isn't who did it. We know who did it. The mystery is, how did it fall apart? On day one, you had 4 witnesses at the scene. They could pick them out in a lineup. They had an associate saying, "Oh, one of them wanted to give him a ride to San Francisco, and he told me that this lady offered him $12,000 for the hit." So I think I made this analogy at the first meeting I had. It's like police have the ball down at the 1 yard line, and what went wrong? Nothing was done on the case. Police never solicited public help. The last time we know anything was done was 2014. So in the interest of fairness, I don't think police can go back to the DA and say, "Well, hey, DA, do you want us to not release anything?" And the DA will say, "Well, it's open and ongoing, so we're not going to." When we have the evidence from 2014 that the DA declined to prosecute, and on those grounds where it says in 6724D, when the DA declines to prosecute, materials should be released. That's where I'm at right now. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, how do we want to decide this one? Vice Chair Stein.
I'll just jump in here. So I definitely feel like there are violations here. I think it was already mentioned 6721C, failing to assist people, assist requesters. Also a timeliness violation, like this has been going on for far too long to try to get an answer to some of these questions. At the same time, I'm kind of inclined to want to continue this case because I do agree with both the petitioner and the respondent that really whether or not we can order that the records be released is based on whether there was a decline to prosecute in this case. And the petitioner has mentioned the Wincoop memo many times, but it is not in our packet. And then the police have also not found any evidence one way or another of whether there was a declension to prosecute. So for that reason, I would suggest continuing it until we see the memo or we get something definitive from the police that would allow us to, order that the memo be released. And I say that also because I know the petitioner is much more interested in getting the documents than getting a violation.
Member Hood, then Member Pilpel.
Then me.
All right, then you.
Actually, I have a question for Mr. Spencer.
Yes.
So, Mr. Spencer, are you most interested in getting the documents, or are you most interested in getting the police department interested in this and perhaps pursuing the case again?
Well, the reality is that former client of mine is in her 80s in the Oakland Hills with Alzheimer's. Again, I'm more interested in releasing the whole case file, the supplemental materials, the prosecution packet. That's what I'm interested in is the records. And I do have the basic police report. I mean, we know, he was killed on this date and these officers came and they talked to a couple people. We have that. That's not a mystery. It's the other materials that I want.
And has anyone from the police department ever asked you about what you might know that might be beyond what they already know? Is there anything that you think you know that is beyond what the police department knows?
I might know a thing or two, but we'd have to sit down and talk. I gave them, 3 weeks after the murder, I gave them a 2-hour, they separated my partner and I, and we gave them, spilled our guts about what we knew about the case. Since then, I've probably heard a few more things, but.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Pilpel, then I'll look over here.
So, Mr. Spencer, the documents that you've referred to, I don't know if it's the Wincoop memo, what was their name? The DA?
Yeah, I thought I had included the Wincoop memo, but apparently I didn't.
We'll see it at some point. If you haven't already, can you provide that both to our file, but also to Lieutenant Beauchamp? And for that matter, if you have anything else that you think might give them dates or case numbers or reference things.
Certainly.
It's unusual to ask you to provide records to a public agency.
Correct.
But if that helps them to discover where the folder is in a box in Building 606 or in Terraville Station or out at Treasure Island or wherever the hell it is, that would be good.
Yes, be happy to share.
Okay, so the sooner you can do that, if we can also let Lieutenant Beauchamp do whatever he's doing with OIC Sanders and scanning in whatever. So maybe something will show up tomorrow or soon. Maybe we will continue this for 2 months to our next meeting. So stay tuned. But again, back to Lieutenant Beauchamp, I really appreciate what Chair Yankees suggested. I just keep looking at this bold sentence in 67.24D, and it seems like you and your office could have a protocol in place with the DA that says, in a standard form letter, hey, we just got a public records request. Somebody's looking for records related to this case pursuant to 67.24D. We don't have a record that you either declined or what's the opposite of declined? Didn't yet decline, whatever. To deal with this thing, please let us know. We need to respond to this requester within 10 days. So we need to know. Is that something that you could see about putting in place in the next 2 months if we continue this matter? That seems like that's not the hardest thing in the world. Maybe it's harder than I think, but it seems like it's a discussion that you could have with appropriate folks in DA land.
I can bring that up with our investigations units and the DA.
Okay, that would be good.
Okay. I had Member Wolf, and then we'll do Member Kumar, Member Sherb. Okay, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's not in our, in the interest of Sunshine and in the interest for the public, with that maybe we engage the DA and ask them to take a look at it, or should we leave that as incumbency to the respondent at this point? I'm looking at expediency.
Yeah, I'll comment on that. Because we had a prior item where we tried to engage with the DA about their enforcement, and I worked on a letter and I sent him a letter and got zero response back. So I don't think the DA is particularly interested in engaging with us. I certainly have never received a response from anyone at the DA in response to what we sent them. So I'm going to guess that if we send them something else, it's just going to kind of sit there.
So let's let the police try.
Yeah, and it's really incumbent upon the police. It's their record. I don't think we should have to do their work. I mean, that's the other thing. They're paid employees. We're not, so they need to figure this out. Member Kumar?
I wanted to say I agree with Member Stein that there is a timeliness violation and that we should continue this case. But I do also believe that we should, if the police department did have a website back in 1999, I do would like to find a violation for 67.29.
Member Sugarman?
I also wanted to agree with Vice Chair Stein about the fact that the question of whether this is an open investigation. I feel like this is something that has come up before. And in these cases, we seem to continue it pending more information, knowing whether it's an open and then it gets continued again. And I think that at some point, I mean, because it seems to fall under like the policy that if it is open, then there are records that can't be released. So it's more like there should be a quicker answer to that for us to reach. I know that you mentioned like a form to fill out, but I mean also like lacking that, like there should be a response to be able to give the petitioner like what's happening, as opposed to just being like, well, let's continue this for another like 4 or 5 times pending finding whether it's still an open investigation. Because honestly, due respect to these enforcement agencies, there seems to be a lot of runaround on that specific topic.
Quick comment and then a question to Mitch. I recall that in 1999, the police department did not have a website. And as Member LaHood and I just checked on the index of records, there is a category of police records that indicates that homicide files are permanent files, are supposed to be kept. Where was it? On-site, off-site? Anyway, there's a section for that. But I will also relate, having served on this task force in 1999, when we were beginning to implement the index of records, that the police department was the last city department to create an index of record, or to create its input to the index of records, because their record keeping was confusing at that point. And here we are 25 years later, and their record keeping is difficult, confusing. So some things change, others not so much. But Lieutenant Beauchamp is doing a good job of trying to straighten it out, and more people like him would be good. To Mitch, my question is, since I keep dwelling on 67.24, and we've talked about that a bit, is there, to your recollection, anything else in state law, whether it's CPRA or some other statute, that is relevant here about police disclosure of closed or long ago investigatory or other kinds of case files? Is there something else we should think about?
Some statutes, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Use the mic. Mic.
Government Code, Section 7923.600.
Yep.
Government Code, and this is for disclosure of arrest information, Government Code Section 7923.610. Withholding of video or audio recording, delay of disclosure, interference with investigation, violation of privacy. That is Government Code Section 7923.625.
It's all in that area.
Yes.
Okay. But is there any other body of law other than PRA, these code sections that you're
not that I'm
generally
aware of, and I
Okay.
remember doing research on a separate issue for the task force, and this is where I got that from, so I didn't come across anything else. And I think this was pretty thorough research at the time, so no.
Okay. Because this is a continuing topic of interest for the task force, is trying to reconcile these pieces. Okay. I'm done. Thanks.
Vice Chair
Let me
Stein?
just, sorry, let me just jump in. There may be some case law in connection with the statute I just cited.
Yeah.
I'd have to look into that. There is.
You're all over it.
It's
You got
there, but it's.
Thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to continue file 23086 until such time as we receive a copy of the 2014 Wincoop memo in the possession of the petitioner or evidence of a declination letter from the police in order to answer whether these records should be made public under 6724D. Luckily, I wrote it all out. I'm making a motion to continue file 23086 until such time as we receive a copy of the 2014 Wincoop memo in the possession of the petitioner or evidence of a declination letter from the police,
DA.
from the DA, or from Lieutenant Beauchamp, in order to answer whether these records should be made public under 6724D.
I second this motion.
Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Stein, seconded by Member Kumar. Any further discussion on that motion? I think we kind of hashed this out pretty well. Yeah.
Is it perhaps easier to just say continue to the call of the chair and these are the things that we're looking for in order to schedule it?
I would rather say this because
Okay.
I think it's just very specific to the conversation that we've had. And I want to make sure that we have a memo or a declination letter before we hear this. And I just want that to
Understood.
be.
I'm not disputing that.
yeah.
Usually we either continue things to a date certain or to the call of the chair with understandings, but
If I don't
that's
have
fine.
to, I'd like to keep it more specific.
Okay,
this
that's fine. I'm
Yeah.
not.
So if this passes, what Cheryl can do is she can let me know when she receives a communication that fulfills either of those criteria, and then I will put it on the next available agenda. I think that I like that because that avoids us going on agendas before we have enough information. To Member Sherman's point, we seem to have these fill up a lot of our agendas and we did not really get anywhere. And so this makes sure it's packaged up the way we want it, and then we'll hear it again at that point.
And we would want an update from both petitioner and respondent about where they are at that point in time.
Member Smith, do you have some?
Yeah, I thank you for that motion. To me, this comes down to the difference between whether we have evidence of a declination or they haven't declined. It's like day and night. I mean, the case just that's all the case is about. It's left, and I don't think we should be doing anything unless we see if there's been that.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment on that motion.
Members of the online community who have a comment on item 12, file number 23086, please raise your hand using the app or press star 3. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, and anyone in the room here, if you have public comment, come up to the podium. I'm not seeing one at the podium, so we'll go ahead and close public comment to take a vote on this motion. And I know Member Highland has to go.
Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1 absent and 9 in favor.
Okay, great. So it's time to move on to our final complaint file of the evening, item number 13.
Item number 13, file number 23079, complaint filed by Lance Carnes against Public Works for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to provide responsive records in a timely and or complete manner. On September 19, 2023, the complaint committee moved to find the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records of public, and referred the matter to the task force for hearing.
Okay, someone's coming up here, so I'm assuming you're Mr. Carnes?
I am.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And then, Pat, do we have someone from Public Works online?
David Steinberg has been added as a panelist. We
Okay,
also
great.
have
Thank
a,
you. What, I'm sorry?
we have one caller with their hand raised. May I check?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, caller 415608. You've been unmuted. Are you here for item 13?
Yeah, this is David.
David, you are logged in twice.
Yeah,
I'm moving both. I'm moving this call to the panelist position. One moment.
Thank you.
Chair Yankee, David Steinberg is a panelist.
Okay, excellent. And before we begin, Cheryl, please make sure the record notes that at 8:35, Member Highland departed the meeting. Okay, so we have everyone set up. This was heard by the complaint committee, so I'll turn it over to Member Schmidt quickly to give us a summary.
Yeah, I think that the key to this is really, I couldn't quite figure out if there's anything that we can really do here within what the task force does, which is try to figure out if something hasn't been produced. That's
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. These microphones are a little bit hard to manage. We're just trying to. I'm just trying to point out that it's a little unclear what's missing here and what it is that you're asking us to do that we can do. We see the documents in the file. We know it's about the removal of the tree. We're just trying to figure out what's missing. Members, do you remember anything else from the complaint committee hearing?
You know, I would just add, I do think Mr. Carnes has worked hard to give us very, careful documentation of what it is that he's received and why he has some questions about it. But what's still not clear to me, even from looking at that, is whether records that should exist do exist.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So, Mr. Carnes, Cheryl will give you 5 minutes to make your presentation. And then afterwards, Mr. Steinberg will have his 5 minutes. And just to double check, do you have any parties or witnesses that are going to be presenting along with you, or is it just you?
I sent a file in that I'd like to bring up, starting at page 34. It's
Yeah, you guys have a.
Yeah, we'll look at it. I'm just asking if you have, I noticed someone else was in here. Do you have any?
Witnesses. Do you have anybody?
No witnesses. Okay. And Mr. Steinberg, no witnesses?
Chris Buck, who's with our Bureau of Urban Forestry, is in the hearing room and is available to answer questions if the task force has any.
Okay, but he's not going to do a separate presentation or doesn't need a special allotment of time, does he?
No.
Okay,
Nope.
Sounds good. All right, sounds good then. Okay, so Cheryl will let you know when you can begin, and if you want to reference those pages as you talk, that's great because we have the packet. We can follow along that way.
Okay, you ready to start?
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So, I just want to give a little background on this. It was, there was a Board of Appeals hearing a long time ago. I can't remember what it was. To remove trees along Market Street to allow for BART to put in canopies over their entrances to waterproof them. And the removal of 50 trees upset the public, and we protested the removal, and it went to the Board of Appeals. The Public Works prevailed on the Board of Appeals hearing, and there were other additional things that were negotiated between the appellants and the Board of Appeals. For example, living roofs and sidewalk tree nurseries. So the board set us free and said, we want you to keep in touch, make sure all these things get handled. So we did. We had an email meeting regularly. So at one point, let's see, are you looking at my notes here at all? It's called tree removal requests. Anyway, maybe you don't need to see it. There was a BART engineer in the email that discussion asked if a certain tree at 5th and Market could be removed. 2 members of Public Works replied that yes, this could be done quickly by posting the tree as an emergency tree removal. I objected, saying there's nothing in the city code.
Could you go to the mic?
I'm sorry. I objected to this, saying there's nothing in the city code Article 16, urban forestry, that allows posting an emergency tree removal notice. It does say that if the DPW director determines that the tree qualifies as an emergency removal, DPW is authorized to remove the tree immediately and explain why later. My objection was ignored. Public Works generated a bogus emergency tree removal notice and posted it. So, you're looking through my
Page
thing here?
36.
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah, okay. So, so there's the page that has it's a color picture of a tree, was submitted by a BART engineer who requested its removal. And Public Works determined it was dead. But just so you know, I don't know if you know much about trees, but when they die, they don't fall over. They can stay up for years. So anyway, so this was the tree in question. So on the next page, there's a rather sparse photo of a tree next to a BART entrance. And it's not the same tree as the one that the BART engineer sent in, as you can tell. And when I pulled the PDF or the JPEG off of the site, I noticed there was a watermark in the upper left-hand corner that indicated the photo was from 2020. So, so the emergency tree removal notice that was generated said 901 Market Street, and on the checkbox it said dead, dangerous, or likely to fail immediate structural hazard. So this is probably a tree you want to get out of there the same day. Unfortunately, it sat around for quite a while. The next piece of information I got from Public Works was what's called a SF Tree Information Report, and it said remove grind was the thing. So, and I've run out of time. I have 25 seconds. Okay. So basically what happened was that I got 3 pieces of information from my request. None of them are legal pieces of information. First of all, the photograph is totally out of date. The emergency tree removal notice is invalid, and the tree information report had invalid information on it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carnes. Your time's expired.
Okay.
You'll have time for rebuttal, so you have 3 more minutes later on in the presentation. Okay, let's move on to Mr. Steinberg. We'll have 5 minutes for his presentation.
David, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Yankee, members of the task force. My name is David Steinberg, and I'm custodian of records for San Francisco Public Works. I think this is pretty straightforward. Mr. Carnes submitted 2 requests related to trees in June of 2023. The first, which specified no date range, was for certain items out of our tree database, and we responded within 10 days. The second request specified a specific date range to search and is the basis of this complaint. We responded to him in a timely manner and told him that there were no responsive records. The 3 items that Mr. Carnes just listed as his main complaints, well, none of them would be violations of Admin Code 6721B or even be under the jurisdiction of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. One, the photograph that we sent him in response to request 23-3077 has a different watermark date versus the upload date. But the fact is the date is irrelevant. It was a responsive record to that other request, and we provided it to him. He said the emergency tree removal notice isn't allowed. Well, the fact is, again, we provided this record to him because the notice was in the record and in our tree database. It was responsive. We provided it to him. There's no violation because we provided a responsive record in a timely manner. And it's irrelevant whether or not he considers the notice bogus. But if you want to go down that rabbit hole, the fact is that while such a notice is not required, neither is the notice prohibited. There's nothing preventing the department from going above and beyond the requirement by posting this notice in order to provide as much information as possible to the public. In fact, I would say it's a good thing. And then finally, he says that the tree wasn't ground to grade. Again, that fact has nothing to do with whether or not we provided records to Mr. Carnes. In each of these cases, we provided Mr. Carnes with responsive records in a complete and timely manner, meaning there is no violation. But I asked you to find no violation for another very simple reason. Mr. Carnes' complaint to the task force was, quote, failure to provide requested records for PRR number 23-3164. All of the photos and documents that he's referring to today were produced in response to a different request, 23-3077. So for 23-3164, which was a follow-up to the previous one, Mr. Carnes requested a narrow set of records with a specific date range. There were no records found for that date range, which we told Mr. Carnes when we closed the request. Now, if Mr. Carnes has legitimate concerns about how the Department's Bureau of Urban Forestry handles dead tree removals, there are venues that would allow him to air those complaints, but the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is not one of those venues. I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steinberg. Members, do you have questions?
Discussion, but not question.
Okay. Looks like, oh, do you have a question? Go ahead.
So, Mr. Steinberg, under the terms of the request made, you produced everything in a timely manner and you withheld nothing. Is that correct?
Well, again, to be clear, there were two separate requests that he made. The one that's the subject of this complaint covered a very short time period, and there were no responsive records. Okay. And what I did was I sent him a note saying, we have no responsive records. The only things we have, we already gave you, they were outside the date range, but we gave them to you for request number 23-3077. And in his submission to you, he says, he lists them and says, these were outside of the date range, which is absolutely true. I told him we didn't have anything in the date range. The only things we had were things we already gave him for different dates.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a quick question for Mr. Carnes. Yeah. If you get podium. So I'm looking at the presentation that you provided to us, right, with some of the photos and everything. And for instance, on PDF page 42, it actually says 42 at the bottom too, it says, infractions found in public records request 23-3077. But in the intake form that you gave us, you said that this is related to public records request 23-3164. So is it 3164 or 3077? I'm not seeing documentation in your presentation. And there's numerous slides that reference 23-3077, but that's not what your intake form noted. So which one are we actually looking at?
Yeah, the original 23 whatever it was, 3164 was merged with 23-3077. So it became all one file in the public records request.
Who merged it?
Public records, I believe. So in other words, I received material back, and then they sent me a notice saying, well, we've now changed this to 23-3077. So that's what I should refer to.
Mr. Steinberg, I don't know if you heard my question, Mr. Carnes' answer. maybe you can, because it sounded like there were two different requests with two different criteria, and he's saying that somehow one was merged with another. Can you maybe shed some light on what happened?
Look at page 47.
Yeah, no, they weren't merged. There were two separate requests. So the first one was 23-3077, and he listed a couple trees, and he said he wanted tree reports and photos from the tree photo database. So we released a number of records to him. And then that was submitted on June 12th. And then on June 14th, he sent another one saying for these same trees, send all the information regarding their removal between June 4th and present. And that's where I wrote back and said, we have nothing responsive for 3164. There's nothing, we have no records for those dates. The only things we have, I will refer you back to, how did I say it? I sent him a link to his previous request, 3077, and said, we have nothing responsive to this request. Basically the only thing we have is stuff we already gave you in the other request. So we didn't merge them. I basically just told him on the second request, we don't have anything else. And we have nothing in that date range. The only things we have, we already released to you, and I gave him a link to his previous request.
Okay, I understand. Thanks. Okay. Not seeing any other questions, so why don't we go to rebuttals? So Mr. Steinberg, you'll go first. You'll have 3 minutes, and then Mr. Carnes will have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. As I said, I don't have much to add to it. I mean, as complaints chair Schmidt pointed out, the task force can order production of records the department holds, but its jurisdiction doesn't extend to requiring production of non-existent records that would have existed if the department had maintained arguably better documentation. Mr. Carnes asked for specific records in two different requests. We told him we had none in the second request because he specified a date range. We gave him everything we had for the first one. And the complaints that he's raised today have nothing to do with whether or not records were produced. As I said, there are other places he can complain, but if he's asking just for production of records or production of records in a timely manner, we covered that. So that's all we have to add.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. Mr. Carnes, Cheryl will let you know when you can begin, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. So Mr. Steinberg's point seems to be that...
One moment. Cheryl will let you know when you can begin. Okay, now you can go.
Okay. His point seems to be that if I objected to the kind of records I received, nothing you can do. What I'm saying is that I received a photograph from Public Records Request that was 2.5 years old. My request was I wanted current information. This tree was supposed to be, it was defined as emergency removal, which means in the case of manifest danger, this is from the city code on urban forestry, in the case of manifest danger and immediate necessity, as determined by the director, the department may remove any street tree immediately. After such emergency removal, the department shall provide notice of the necessity for such action to the owner of the property. So what I'm saying is this photo is a complete, it's old. It is the same photo for that location, but it's not current. I was interested in why it was declared an emergency tree removal. And I made that clear. And then the emergency tree removal notice is totally bogus. And this SF tree information, they put in action dates, remove, grind. And I showed you a photo on the next page that as of September, the tree was still standing. This is a tree that, when emergency removal is one that is a tree, there's a branch like ready to fall on your new car. And you call up Public Works and say, hey, this tree has to go. They'll come out, cut down the branch or the tree, it's an emergency tree removal. It's not a wait a couple days tree removal. It's like right now. So that's my main objection. And I think I was just fed a bunch of false photos, false tree information, and this emergency tree removal notice, which I see Mr. Buck is in the back of the room here. He eventually found out there's another kind of emergency removal called a hazard tree removal, which means it's probably going to fall. And he used that. I also put in a case recently, and he did use hazard tree removal. So is there anything else? I think my time's up.
Okay, thank you. Your time's up. All right, members, thoughts? Let's let member Levin go first.
So based on Mr. Karn's request and what he's told us, it's obvious that he's concerned with the way Public Works maintains trees and keeps records. And I think these are concerns that need to be taken elsewhere, because in terms of responsiveness to his records request, the records he requested were provided. And I think his issue was with the quality of the records. And we don't, this is a situation, if we were talking about meeting minutes, we might have some, or an agenda, we might have something that we could do about the quality of the records, but I don't think we can really do anything here. With the fact that justification for an emergency tree removal was supported with a photo that was 2.5 years old. You were provided with what was put in the file, which is what we can say something about. We really can't say something about whether somebody should have taken a more recent photo and put that in the file. So I don't think, while we have jurisdiction, I don't think that there's proof of a violation in response to the one or both records requests made by Mr. Carnes.
Thank you, Member LaHood.
Did Member Kumar have something and then I had something? No? Okay.
Go ahead.
So it's a small world after all. I've spoken to Mr. Steinberg a number of times, not related to this specific request, but about Public Works. And I've spoken to Mr. Buck many times, but I don't know if we've actually met in person. So nice to meet you, if we haven't. And also, since it's a small world, when the BART board was considering the San Francisco downtown station canopy project, I believe I was the only person who commented on the environmental review issues. And you can check with BART, although I didn't raise the issue of tree removal that might be related to the project. So there you go. As relates to this specific matter, I agree that we have no jurisdiction with regard to the Public Works Code and Article 16. I agree that the record keeping perhaps could be better or different, but that's not something we currently have jurisdiction over, and the dates of the photos, et cetera. Where I'm a little confused, and maybe this goes to Mr. Steinberg or Mr. Buck, I assume that there was some basis for the determination of the emergency tree removal notice or the status of the specific tree at issue, other than what was in the tree information database, such as it is. Were there any other records or notes of DPW staff that goes to the question of how they determined that the tree was dead or dying and needed to go? And if so, were those records provided to Mr. Carnes at some point here? How's that for an actual question?
Is that something you can answer, Mr. Steinberg?
Or Mr. Buck?
I would say Chris Buck could probably answer that better than I. I have some information, but it's basically all stuff that he gave me, so he can speak to it firsthand.
All right, go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chris Buck, Urban Forester with San Francisco Public Works, Bureau of Urban Forestry. And thank you for asking the follow-up question. One of the statements by Mr. Carnes I would disagree with, which is that Public Works didn't respond to requests for information on the reasons why we determined it was an emergency removal. And that's the question here, is the basis. What other additional information do we have in the records? So we do have an inspection record that we provided that showed that our inspector, Brian Ong, was physically on site, inspected on May 30th. And there's a brief comment, tree is dead, 24-hour notice. Also,
Sorry, and that record was provided to Mr. Carnes?
That record is in the tree. I believe so. It would be in the tree report, the tree inspection report, and that was provided to Mr. Carnes.
Okay, you got that. All right, that's what I was asking.
The other thing is there were extensive emails with BART engineers. BART pointed out that this tree was dead. Mr. Carnes asked several follow-up questions. Understandably, the question was like, why an emergency versus maybe hazard removal? So our acting Superintendent Nicholas Crawford sent an email on June 2nd explaining in detail why that was. Interim Director Carla Short also provided a response on June 15th with information about why and how Public Works, Bureau of Urban Forestry assesses trees and why we chose emergency in that case. The answer being the tree was dead and had cracks in it.
That's fine.
So that's it. I just wanted to.
That's fine. Were copies of all those emails provided to Mr. Carnes?
The emails are already in his possession. I mean, he's the active participant in the emails, interacting with those individuals, asking follow-up questions, highlighting.
Okay.
Text.
So, Mr. Carnes, do you have all of that material? Okay. All right.
But that was all I
Okay.
Those are my primary.
I think we're good on that.
Primary points.
I'm good.
We're not going to relitigate it.
Right. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion on this one?
I make one comment.
No. You presented. You made a rebuttal. No.
I think in this case, unless members have comments otherwise, I think we find no violation.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Pilpel to find no violation. I'm not seeing anything from the members, so let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
There are no callers online.
Okay, and no one else is in the room here. So Cheryl, we can go ahead and move to a roll call vote on that motion.
I'm sorry, one last thing. To Mr. Steinberg, your response on page 47, in the future, if you have cases that get to this stage, it would be great to have your response letter be on letterhead and something that tells us a little more of the story. This was helpful, but only somewhat helpful. You explained more tonight in your presentation than was here. And so having a little more explanation and maybe including the original request in next request or wherever it was in the response would have been helpful. It's not a huge criticism, but just, a little more to it in the future would be good. That's all.
Okay.
Understood.
Let's go ahead and move to a vote.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf? Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland, absent. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8 in favor, 2 absences.
Okay, thank you parties for joining us. We appreciate that. All right, on to item number 14.
Item number 14, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Okay, members, anything for this item?
To Mitch, I know I asked earlier as part of the administrator's report, do you have a sense right now of the requests for city attorney advice that are pending? There are, okay. Could you just share generally?
Wait, sorry, we need the microphone.
Yes. As they come in, the DCA is on the providing advice to the task force. We pretty much volunteer for the assignments as they come in. So each of us is aware of what comes in. Do we have like an actual Excel spreadsheet written down? No, but we're all aware of our own tasks that we're supposed to be responsible for. Yeah, but we don't have a formal, do we have a formal document?
I'm not looking.
Yeah.
Do you, other than the police thing that we talked, maybe we'll just get it in the next administrative report. I'm kind of wondering where.
I think my proposal is just asking how many are outstanding roughly, do you know?
I do not.
5.
Okay. I think it's in the 2 to 5 range.
I think it is.
Okay.
I think it's kind of in that range.
It's not hundreds.
That sounds about right.
I'm copied on most of them. And I think it's
okay.
Somewhere around there.
Okay.
Okay.
There will be work done to better clarify this in the next couple of months, it sounds like. Okay, that's all.
Member Sugarman, go ahead.
When I get them, I generally send them to all the DCAs so that they can see what's going on. And then I copy Matthew. So that's how it works.
I just wanted to revisit just for a moment to ask about item 12 and open police investigations and DA open cases. I just wanted to know if there's something that we could agendize in one of our committees about like a process for something like that in terms of determining whether the case is still open and how to fine for violation or dismiss or do something else with the case other than, because I feel like we go on these fact-finding missions when really that's the question that seems to be central to a few of them, where it's like, is the case still open? And the person who's responding to us like, oh, we don't know. We're not the person in charge of that. The person is someone else. I replace them. It's in a different department. It's a lot of that. And so it's just, is there something within our own process? Because then they're very interesting cases. So we all have questions about, well, how did this happen? So it's is there just, it seems like there's a potentially simple answer, or not in the case, but in our relationship to it. If it's still open, is it not? And if it is still open, then we can't fine for violation, or there's nothing else we can do with it really if we have that confirmation. So my question is not it's just can we put something on the agenda to streamline that process so they're not ones that we kick around for, multiple meetings and hours and hours.
That's what I was trying to get at earlier with the, what are the obligations of each department when something is triggered? And, to some extent, there's a legal answer, but there's also a practical answer. And Member Sugarman, as you indicate, there are multiple people over at the police, and it's well, I can't until he doesn't. He can't until she does. And I heard 5 years ago. So, yeah.
And I think you're totally right. It's there's this one core question we have to get the answer to. And while the other stuff is interesting, if that first question isn't answered, the rest of it's kind of irrelevant. And we seem to delve off into the irrelevant questions or potentially irrelevant questions before we answer the main question. And that's, yeah. Good.
I was going to say, I think I was thinking a little bit tonight, we've talked about this before, but it made me think maybe we need to set limits on ourselves so that we focus and hone in on what we think the core questions are, and we don't spend as much time going on tangents.
And maybe it's something as simple as if someone wants to do a quick flow chart type of thing, just we can all use as a reference, right? We could talk about like you said with these police things, if it's still an active investigation, it doesn't matter which building it's in or who's it, but if it's not, okay, then maybe those are the things that are important, right? But with the prior case was so similar, I think we had some 6 hearings on it, only to find out at the last one that they're oh, there's active investigations, after we spent 4 hearings just figuring out which building they're in, which doesn't really matter if they're going to claim active investigation.
Well, and sometimes, I mean, and also over the past many months, we've run into this issue of, oh, there's a new person who's in charge of this now. There's a new person in charge of this. And so there's, There's a lack of continuity and a lack of institutional knowledge. That said, in some cases, it seems like things are just left open because people open doors and they don't close them. And I don't know, in some ways, it does feel like maybe we do have a responsibility to say, why isn't this door closed? I don't know. But I think what you're all suggesting maybe could get us to quicker answers on, I don't know, 75, 80% of the cases. And then there's going to be that 20% that's just like, well, we don't know why the doors are still open.
Yeah, that's why my light bulb went off about it, though, is when Lieutenant Beauchamp was like, they can be open forever. It's not in our, it's not our place to say why. They can just keep them open. And that's when I was like, if that's the case, then like, if we don't have any influence over that, then it's not in our jurisdiction if it's just open. Is personally where I'm coming from with it.
Although it was interesting, I think the San Francisco Standard was here today, so I don't know, maybe there's some attention on that case.
Yeah.
So to Member Sugarman, on your request, I think we could either keep that here, we could send that to EOT, we can just ponder it for a while. I think there are a few options and maybe others.
Well, it was sort of in line with what was suggested about like a paper, like that says that, oh, like from the DA's office, obviously, but like something where it was more like, for me, in my mind, it's like, well, the petitioner should come to us with like something that they have that confirms whether it's open or closed from like various departments, or at least that they have attempted to like they've done that part of the process in a process that we have defined for them. Like,
or the respondent, if they're going to claim it, proof that the DA says, yeah, we still have it open. Don't give it out.
But like, what if the respondent doesn't respond? Like, what's the term limit for that? Like, how long do they have to respond before, what's the procedure?
Was that Bruce trying to jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, to Member Sugarman's point, there's only so much that's incumbent upon a petitioner to bring, because they don't have the knowns. They're trying to get the knowns. So, all they can do is just ask for what information they don't have in hand. And as we've discussed in that particular case, complaint, the DA's office has not been very responsive even to us. So, it makes it difficult then for anyone to get the information that's pertinent. For that particular layer of government, I think is difficult. Other layers of government, not as hard.
Okay. Bashir-Stein?
Yeah, so I was just going to say, I am like trying to focus on this, trying to have really good packets more and more in committee. And so in the complaint committee, I think if we had seen that, we would have said to the petitioner, like, this piece of documentation needs to be there because it's crucial to answering the question. In this case, he thought he had submitted it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he did and it didn't get in, or I don't know what happened. But I think the more that we can do too in committee to direct petitioners and respondents about what documentation needs to be there before it goes before the full task force, or maybe we can even say, we're not going to send this forward until these documents are put in your packet, are submitted. Because in this case, the petitioner says he has this document. We just didn't get it.
Right. I also think that depending on the department, that we should either require or at least encourage departments to document more of their internal process. And for small departments that don't get a whole lot of requests, using the Good Government Guide, using a couple of templates, doing whatever they do, I'm not as concerned. For the I may be concerned, but right now I'm not as concerned. For the police department, with all these different divisions and issues and types of things, they probably need to have, a guide for their staff that they can implement consistently. And so if you're looking for a police report, you do blah, or you direct the person or encourage them to do blah, et cetera, et cetera. The health department's going to have more of a concern about HIPAA. records requested by city employees, can be treated in a certain way. Departments can be more consistent and be more descriptive in how they go about it. And that should be public, unless it's the assessor's office. But I'm just saying that we could try to encourage that kind of policy and procedure development and documentation, I think. And that may go to part of the issue. So we don't have to keep reinventing this when somebody new shows up, as they will.
And that seems like something that could come out of the EOTC too, as a memo to the police department, for instance. I mean, I think the police it's an interesting situation. It was the first time this year in the annual report that they responded to let us know how many records requests they get. And it by far dwarfs everybody else, right? They get like 50,000 requests a year, and it's like 2/3 of the requests to the city, as far as we know, in terms of who's told us anything. And then we've also seen really high turnover among the people who are dealing with the records requests. And so lack of continuity. So I feel like almost maybe EOTC could send a little memo or something saying, here are issues we've seen in the past. Here's some things we think you should be thinking about or doing, or something like that. These are friendly suggestions. I think that would be a great contribution.
I will think about that. Just two other bits. I don't want to say much about it tonight, but I will say that I have had some personal challenges of late, and that's reduced my participation and my abilities. I'll just leave it at that. Hopefully that gets better. So there's that. But the positive that I can say is hopefully in time for the next CAC meeting, I have been working on a chart that's now something like 20 pages that compares each section of the Brown Act, the old Public Records Act, the newly recodified Public Records Act, and the Sunshine Ordinance, so that you can sort of cross-reference the sections. So if you're interested in 7923.600 about police records, that'll get you close to 67.24 or whatever it was, and the old 6254K, right? And that may help in our review of the ordinance, so that maybe the thing would read better and all of these crazy references would be better. We should, in my view, we should also try to find a way, not this week, not this month, but at some point when we get complaints that reference old CPRA sections, to translate those into the new sections. I don't think we should be talking about 6255 balancing tests forever if the law no longer has 6255.
To that point, I think we had asked, and this may have been when a prior DCA was here, can it be an automatic process? Like, does it have to come from us, or is there like a group that periodically looks at ordinances and sees that they're referencing out of date state codes, and then it just gets rewritten? This seems like something that
Westlaw, one of the research tools we use, may have an index that translates the former codes, provides the new code section. Is that
right? What would it take to update the Sunshine Ordinance so it stops? It actually makes references to, like,
yes,
Government Code 6255, right? So how do we get it to at least point to the right one?
Right, without having the Board of Supervisors having to approve that, which they shouldn't have to do.
Or just approve it as a ministerial, not like a go to the voters initiative, not part of
It's either an editor's note in the code or it's a code updating ordinance. It's a good question for Zarefsky.
Yeah, I would have to let me run it by Paul.
Because it's been a couple years now.
Yeah.
I think it really needs to get updated, because it's really hard when Sunshine Ordinance is referencing old code and people are submitting complaints that may or may not reference the old or the new, and we're trying to.
It's a good PZ question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me talk to. I'll email you before I talk to them, but that's something I can look into. Sure.
I have a couple of things.
Is this something that I need to request in writing to remind you?
You need it.
I think you got it.
No, you don't need to. I'll reach out if I have questions.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I'm just wanted to inquire with any of the clerks about whether the Granicus situation has been resolved so we can begin discussing an OD database.
I haven't used Granicus in a long time, Bruce. We've been using WebEx for so long that
I think we're talking about two different things. We don't. I don't have a current update, but they have begun working on upgrading the Board of Supervisors version of legislation tracking. But I don't have an update regarding the Sunshine version.
Okay, thanks. And the second thing is, I just want to put it on everybody's radar to check in on Assembly Bill 817 that regards open meetings. That's it. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. I don't see anyone else with their hand up, so I think we can move on to the last item.
Public comment,
Oh, we got public comment.
if anyone's out there.
I didn't see anyone here, but is there anyone online still, or who has come back online, Pat?
We have no one online.
Okay, so no public comment. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the last item.
item number 15, adjournment. What time do you guys have?
9:23.
9:23. Move to adjourn.
Okay, all in favor?
Without objection.
Without objection.
Aye.
We are adjourned at 9:23.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That was fast.
Have a good night.
That was
Good to
fast.
see you all, though you can't see me.
Good night.